Meeting of the Board of Education will now come to order. Roll call. Meek.
Here.
Myers.
Here.
Page.
Here.
Peterson here. Ray.
Here.
Williams.
Here.
Weiniger.
Here.
Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Moving right into item number 4, the DCSD Spotlight. Superintendent Kane.
Okay, good evening, everyone. Thank you for being here this evening. As you know, one of the many things that we celebrate in our district is our amazing career and technical education programming. And tonight, we would like to recognize an extra special career and technical education teacher. And we will also be recognizing 2 of our amazing elementary schools. So let's start by having Kimberly Baldwin come on up here, along with her principal from Ponderosa, Ryan Hollingshead. Kimberly is the Family and Consumer Sciences teacher at Ponderosa High School. Last month, she was inducted into the Colorado Association of Career and Technical Education Hall of Fame. Kimberly has been with DCSD for over 18 years, and I hear nothing but amazing things about her, and when I see your classroom, it's amazing. So we are very proud to have you here in our district. Come on all the way up here. And Kimberly, if you could tell us a little bit about your program and what this means to you.
I'm at Ponderosa High School, and I started in 2005. I can remember I signed my first contract in this class in this room. Wow. And when I started, Ponderosa had 2,400 students. It was before Legend opened. We had 4 teachers, and after Legend opened, we went down to 900 students, and I was a department of 1. And I had somebody tell me, you're never going to last, they're going to close your program, you might as well just recruit. And I'm like, I don't quit. And so I looked at that vision. I'm also a family consumer science professional in career technical ed, and I saw what was out there, and I built my program. So we have 2 pathways. We have an education and training pathway and a hospitality pathway, so our students graduate with college credit. We have many students that graduate with like 10 college credits and an industry certificate. And so there's 2 teachers in the department with those pathways. My classroom was part of the CTE bond in 2018, and I have a beautiful culinary classroom. And I let my students know they're very fortunate to be there, and I let the parents know the benefits of the program. And we've worked, in the locally, I've done things at the state level with career and tech ed, and I've traveled to Washington, D.C., and met all of our legislators from Colorado and told them about the great programs here in Colorado.
That's fantastic. Ryan, why don't you tell us a little bit about what having the program in your school means to your students?
It does mean food, and we talk about real world experience. It starts with her catering classes, and so the principal is usually the beneficiary of that. But we've already had peach Sundays this year, so we try to work events around the district and at our school so that those students can get those experiences. And the Legacy Campus has been so exciting for our district, but Kim's like a one-man gang of Legacy Campus, training future teachers, training future culinary students, and so it's just so neat to see kids connect. A lot of kids come to school just to be part of her program, and that's what we want in our district, right, is that kids find something that they sink their teeth into, and she's got the pathways that just are unlimited for students. So we're so happy to have you, and so lucky that you've influenced so many kids over the years.
And Director Ray is here with your certificate. And how about a big round of applause for Kimberly?
Thank you.
We're going to do a picture. I'm so proud of you.
He's a regular guest speaker in my class.
Congratulations, Kimberly. Okay, next we are going to be recognizing 2 of our amazing elementary schools. And I want to start this off by saying Tonight is truly, we will also be looking at a brief picture of our academics tonight. And we have a lot to celebrate in our district in terms of our academics. And two of our very own schools received the Super Stretch from iReady. So what does that actually mean? That means more than 50% of their kids not only exceeded their goal, but exceeded their super stretch goal. And just to give you an idea, there are 117 schools in the entire United States that had more than 50% of their kids reach their super stretch goals. So I would like to have Amy Moyle and her team from Redstone Elementary come on up and join me up here, as well as let's have the folks from Saddle Ranch come on up and join us as well. We are so proud of these two schools and of the amazing things that all of you are doing for children. So what I'd like to have you do is each principal, if you could introduce who you have with you and then talk a little bit about what this means for your school.
Good evening. I'm Amy Moyle, the proud principal of Redstone Elementary. This is our phenomenal assistant principal, Gail Hollins. We really just see this award as a huge affirmation and celebration of all the hard work of our teachers and our students last year. We really dug into our data and figured out where was each child, what did we need to do to push them forward to that next level. This Super Stretch growth is a huge celebration because it looks at students earning more than a year's growth. So that's students that needed to close some gaps, but also a lot of our high achieving learners, they were making more than a year's growth too. And again, it's just that dedication of teachers every single day to do what's best for students along with our intervention teams and all of our support teams. So we are just incredibly proud. We don't have as big of a team as our neighbors here, but we did invite everyone. Clearly they had lots of fun things to do tonight, but we're super proud of our team. Pass to you.
Awesome. Thanks for having us here tonight. I am Gina Grimes, and I am the retired principal from Saddle Ranch who had the pleasure of working with this team and the representation of the rest of our team at school too. And so I'll be passing this torch. I already have because I'm doing a 110 gig at El Dorado, and she came from El Dorado and is now doing the principal job. So we're just going to do a little switch here. But just want to say, very similar to what Amy had said, is that we really were intentional about making kids feel like they were safe with our Connect time first thing in the morning. All classrooms were working on really some social emotional learning, character education, anti-bullying, all that to set the stage for great learning. And then I think on top of that, we were very intentional with goals and having kids be a part of those data conversations and really thinking about what are those goals that are going to push them. And then just the tireless efforts of our entire staff. And I want to introduce them. We've got Laura Baki, you've already met Allison. Laura Baki, third grade teacher. Rachel Fang is second grade teacher. Joanna Jones is kindergarten. Jenny Willett is second grade. And Nima McInnes was our new interventionist last year. She was sixth grade reading specialist, and then she moved to the whole building. And I think that's where a lot of those intentional conversations happened about moving kids. So passing the torch, Allison.
Whew, what a torch to get. Yes. I'm Allison Hawk, the new principal of Saddle Ranch, and I am just super lucky to be working with an amazing team that is obviously doing what's right for kids and putting the right pieces in place, and I accept the torch and can't wait to have us move forward. So thank you.
Congratulations.
Yes.
Yes,
Okay, yes.
Well, first of all, thank you for your leadership and your dedication to your students and your community. Big shout out to the staff, the students and families. This is a big accomplishment. So congratulations to all of you. We sincerely appreciate the work you do.
Yeah, I would just echo that. I mean, 2 schools in our district, and there's only 117, I think, across the nation. That just speaks volumes to the work done. And so I'm glad we still have Gina in our district. We were able to convince her to stick around. So, but anyway, congrats. Thank you all for being here, and thank you for all the work that you do for kids.
Director Meek and Director Myers are here with your, Director Williams are here with your certificates. And how about a round of applause for these amazing schools?
Great. Oh, we're so proud. Thank you. Thanks so much. Congratulations. Appreciate it very much.
Thank you, ladies. Okay. And lastly, as everyone knows, we've opened our new Legacy Campus, and we would like to share with you a video of our Bridge students getting ready to open the cafe at the new Legacy Campus. And a lot of us this morning got to swing by the cafe and check it out, including Director Williams and Director Myers. So we are so excited about the opportunities that these kids have to learn how to run this business, and the learning opportunities that our Bridge kids will have at Legacy Campus is amazing, and this just gives you a flavor. So with that, we'll play the video.
We're going to hit cappuccino.
Something special is brewing at the Legacy Campus Cafe.
Okay, and just the tea? Yes. Okay, so you're going to tell her.
That will be $2.50.
We have been working for the past 2 weeks training the Bridge kids and I, and then you hit pay. Okay, then you call for me.
Audra and her students are busy preparing for the grand opening.
That is right. That is a part of the answer. That is correct. Yes. So if we use the smaller one to heat it up, remember, it boils over. They've learned how to run our coffee machine, how to run our POS, stock, clean, and customer service.
The cafe offers delicious drinks and gives students an opportunity to learn something new.
It's in a live setting, dealing with actual people.
I am excited. We've had a couple rushes during my period, so I'm kind of happy about that.
Making the coffee is mostly the easiest, but starting to learn new skills like the cashier and working on the cafe a little bit could be a little challenging if we don't get any practice about that. But after that, it just starts, like weeks later, it'll start getting better.
Students like John know that great customer service is more than just being able to make a good cup of coffee.
Being nice to the staff and the customers and having a good smile brighten up somebody's day.
I like seeing all their happy faces and getting them something they can be cheerier about if they had a hard time or something.
The kids have just been doing a marvelous job and have actually surprised me with how fast they are learning this content and these skills and moving on to learning something new. I am just super, super proud of them. It just gives me great joy to be here and working with these kids.
And that concludes our recognitions.
Thank you, Superintendent Kane. Moving to item number 6, acceptance of the agenda. The recommendation is that the Board of Education approve the agenda as presented. I would offer a motion that we pull agenda number 18 from the agenda. Is there a second? Second by Williams.
Friendly amendment, Director Peterson, if we could also put a label on that particular item that you pulled to no later than the September 19th meeting, is that our second?
26th.
September 26th. So friendly amendment to postpone agenda number 18 until no later than September 19th? 26th. I don't know, I got 19th in my head. Sorry. That's the friendly amendment.
Yeah, I'll accept the amendment. Any discussion? I'll go ahead and take the roll. Director Meek?
Aye.
Myers?
Aye.
Page?
Aye.
Peterson, aye. Ray?
Aye.
Williams?
Aye.
Weiniger?
Aye.
7-0. Rest of the agenda is accepted. Moving to item number 7, Superintendent updates, 10 minutes.
Okay, thank you. So I do have several updates. First of all, I just want to say that we have a lot to celebrate. Hopefully everyone watching this meeting has had a chance to read about Douglas County School District's CMAS scores. Our educators in our district absolutely killed it. According to the Post and the Gazette, our district outscored every district in the metro area. We beat most of our scores from last year and all of our scores from 2019 pre-pandemic, making our district extremely unique. We are just so proud of our educators and our staff who are delivering on the promise of academic excellence to our students every single day. We are so proud of our kids who worked really hard, and we're really proud of and thankful for the partnerships that our schools have with our families. Truly, this has been a recipe for success for our kids. And again, just working to deliver on the promise that we have made to our families. So just so much to celebrate, and a giant shout out to our amazing educators who have just done amazing work. Last week was the start of the new year for our littlest learners in their preschool programs throughout our districts. Thank you to all the district leaders that visited our preschool programs to welcome our staff and students back. It is always so much fun to see our youngest learners adjusting to school and enjoying themselves so much. Last Wednesday was the Cantrill Key Exchange. This is a big deal because this was kind of the ceremonial turnover of the Cantrill School to the town of Castle Rock. We are really grateful for our partnership with Castle Rock, and the Cantrill School, as everyone here knows, is such an important part of our district's history and Castle Rock's history. And it just warms my heart that the Cantrill School went to a good home where it will be restored, preserved, and made into a community asset to serve the community. They've already dressed it up and made it nice. They had a tour that included Matilda, the legendary Cantrill ghost. But it was a full tour that people could take, where they could take a self-guided tour. It was just a fantastic event, and it was really fun to have that ceremonial key exchange. Speaking of our history, Ponderosa High School, go Mustangs, have their 40th anniversary celebration this Friday. So that's 40 years for Ponderosa High School. And it is from 4 to 6 p.m. at Ponderosa. Legacy Point Elementary is celebrating their 20th anniversary this Saturday from 3 to 7. And then finally, on August 31st at 3:30 p.m., Douglas County High School will be having the official dedication of the Jan Shawcroft Field. Jan was a fixture at Douglas County High School for 44 years. And so they are naming a field after her for her incredible service to Douglas County High School and to our district. I do want to address our district's recent internet issues because we've heard some scuttle about that. We experienced some internet connectivity issues last week. The issues are currently stabilized. They're related to the systems that handle account authorization on the Wi-Fi network. So not the network itself, but the systems that handle authorization. And our IT team has been working tirelessly with our vendors to get this resolved. I'd like to thank our IT team for their dedication, and I also just want to express that we understand how frustrating technology issues can be for our staff and for our students, and I know that our IT team is absolutely working around the clock to keep things stabilized. We had a kickoff of employee wellness events and opportunities recently. Employee wellness events include things like biking around Douglas County, financial wellness classes, yoga and free workouts, cooking and meal planning, all for our employees. It's all free to our employees thanks to our wellness champions in each of our schools and departments. The car and bike show benefiting the Bridge program, which we just saw in a video, is this Saturday from 9 to 2 at Lone Tree Brewing. So I hope everyone will come out and join our Bridge students. And then two more things. The Foundation Building the Dream Gala is taking place September 29th at the Legacy campus. So I encourage everyone to sign up for that. And finally, as we've been out in schools, we've been hearing a lot of positive scuttlebutt around the free lunch for employees that, as you know, we are piloting this year. And we've just heard a lot of unsolicited positive feedback around that free lunch. And so that's fantastic because sometimes it's the little things. So thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Superintendent Kane. Moving on to item number 8, public comment. Purpose of public comment is to balance the ability to hear diverse viewpoints from a broad spectrum of citizens throughout the district while allowing our Board of Education to conduct business in an orderly and efficient manner. Time has been adjusted to allow all speakers the opportunity to speak during the allotted time for public comment. 3 minutes will be allotted for each speaker this evening. When speaking, please remain respectful and address the board rather than the guests or staff in the room. To respect a speaker's free speech, please do not interrupt them while they are at the podium providing comments. You will have a 15-second notice prior to the end of your time so you can wrap up your comments. When your time is up, please leave the podium. If the audience wants to react between speakers, feel free to do so while being respectful and honoring the next speaker's time to speak. However, please do not engage speakers and other audience members in a disruptive manner. With that, we will start off with Kelly Pointer, followed by Kevin Lung, followed by Patty Anderson. Ms. Pointer.
Ooh, hold on. Okay. Good evening, directors, superintendent, and staff. My name is Kelly Pointer, and we all represent the District Accountability Committee, also known as the DAC or the DAC. Since May, the DAC has been transparent and communicative about KB policy revisions at our DAC meetings, as well as via emails that we sent to you on June 29th and July 26th. Our KB subcommittee has met 8 times virtually over the summer to work on this important policy. Last Thursday at the DAC meeting, we unanimously passed a resolution to move forward with the KB subcommittee's policy recommendations and timeline. Here are our initial recommendations regarding the parent and family KB policy. We added staff as stakeholders. We incorporated the NSFSP national standards and SACPI best practices. We incorporated CASB's model policy, which is the overwhelming choice for surrounding school districts. In our recommendations, there is no specific parents' rights section, as our draft sufficiently covers the expectations and important role of parents in their children's learning, clearly stating that all partners affirm family and student expertise, such that this policy is meant to engage parents and district employees in a collaborative relationship. Unless there is a staff rights section, this section starts with what should be a collaborative relationship as an adversarial one from the beginning, elevating one party over the other. In the policy, we recommend that there be no gender identity language, as this has discriminatory implications, can be harmful to students, and opens the district to litigation. We also recommend that compelled speech language be removed. This was clarified by Director Peterson during a board meeting as permitting the misgendering of students. This practice is harmful and discriminatory, and it does not belong in any school policy. We also recommend that there be no opt-in versus opt-out language because it's redundant with other policies. Thus far, we have only received feedback from our DAC members. Our next steps are to gather and review stakeholder input, such as SACs, other school board committees, staff, community survey responses, etc. And of course, we need feedback from you. We do not have enough time tonight in public comment to discuss our proposed timeline. However, that is readily available to you in the emails that we have already sent. Please note that our timeline runs through December. State statute requires that the Board of Education shall work with the parent members of the district accountability community in creating, adopting, and implementing the KB policy. Unfortunately, that did not happen prior to the June 20th passing by the school board of KB's policy revisions. Let's make that happen now and through the end of the school year. Thank you, and we respectfully request that you add this to your priorities for our work for the DAC. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Pointer. Kevin Lung, Patty Anderson, followed by Catherine Lees.
Board Presidents, DCSD has a 33% jump in revenues for 2024 and 2025 by collecting $73 million more in property tax due to an average increase of 40% in DUCO property tax. No wonder why Dallas County property owner protest has gone up 624% to more than 36,000 protests. House payment, rent, insurance, and interest payment continues to increase in Dallas County. The cost of essentials like grocery, utility, and gas increased by more than 20% in the past 24 months. Dallas County approved a $10 million property tax discount for taxpayer for 2023 to lower the burden of the taxpayer, while Dallas County School Board pays a $66 million mill levy override and $484 million bond tax increase on the November ballot. With a $73 million increase in property tax incomes at DCSD in 2024 and 2025, DCSD can afford to give good raise to our teacher and staff now. Lack of trust and bad governance from the board majority hurt the chance of passing a tax increase when citizens are hurting financially this year. Equity policy was approved enormously by the board committee. However, with one stroke by board presidents in one meeting, it changed without consultations for board committee, which resulted in the resignations of one board member. Today, the board majority attempted to do away with enormous public comment without the committee input. Family of 4 DCSD students of color filed a federal civil rights lawsuit against DCSD this month, alleging that DCSD and school administrator failed to take adequate measure to protect the student and from severe and pervasive racism and bullying. In May, the board majority voted to reject a settlement agreement because they could not admit that they're wrong, even though the judge ruled against them that they're violating the Colorado open meeting law. The illegal firing of Superintendent Wise has led to $833,000 settlement. This shows how important it is in these 4 school board elections. Without 3 good minority board members to vote against going to executive sections, we'll never know why
seconds remaining.
Superintendent Wise was fired illegally. Before you hand the board majority money from potentially Proposition HH, $17 million more property tax, plus $66 million MLO, vote for Susan Meek, Brett Geiger, and Valerie Thompson in this fall. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lung. Patty Anderson, Catherine Lees, followed by Brad Geiger. Ms. Anderson.
Good evening, directors. I'm a parent of 3 children in DCSD at Sagewood and Ponderosa. I'm sad that I missed Kimberly Baldwin's recognition because I was at the Sagewood Cross Country Meet at Mesa. But super proud of Ponderosa. Best thanks. Amazing feeder family. So I'm here tonight to speak on agenda item 25, public participation at board meetings. I'm here to advocate for the ability to read on behalf of an anonymous individual. Many staff members recall a time in this district when speaking out in opposition of the board put a target on their back. The fear of repercussions and retaliation were real. While I have not heard of any incidents recently, in order to provide you with the most honest feedback, it is imperative we allow anonymous comments to be read. This helps protect a teacher from retaliation from administration or even their own community. Having another read your comments gives you the information you need while ensuring the safety of our staff. I support every individual getting 1 time slot per meeting. But if a person wants to use their time to read someone else's comments, there's no harm in that or no abuse. I ask that when you consider policy BEDH, you amend the line to say whether they are speaking for themselves, another named, all you have to add is or unnamed individual. Requiring a named individual strips the ability of an individual to remain anonymous to protect their identity and avoid retaliation. I've got a couple more moments, and so I'm going to talk real quick about the 2018 mill levy override. I felt like David Ray did last board meeting with talking about the 2018 bond bill, excuse me. One of the other items that was promised in the 2018 mill, going to get emotional, was counselors at every elementary school and appropriate staffing, sorry, at the middle and high schools. Those counselors had positively impacted my family, put my children on the right path. So thank you for doing that, and I hope that we continue to support our teachers. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Anderson. Catherine Lees, Brad Geiger, followed by Christian Pruitt. Ms. Lees.
Good evening, directors and Superintendent Kane. I'm Kathy Lees, a 30-year district resident with a senior at Eagle Academy. Once again, I'm standing before the board to speak about board policy KE concerns and complaints. Since I started working with the district on challenges in our neighborhood school in 2015, I have said this policy is weak and does a disservice to everyone involved. When I saw it was under review, I was heartened that maybe now is the time to make real change. Sadly, this is not the case. I've reviewed the recommended changes. I am stumped as to why these and only these changes. This policy is now restricted to employees, district parents and guardians, and district residents. Who are you trying to exclude from the process and why? Also, why are employees part of this process? Don't we have a separate policy for staff complaints? Why is the district going through these seemingly minor changes when you could do so much more to serve each and every stakeholder in this district? I suggest the following inclusions to this policy. First, measure what you value. This policy has no requirement to track complaints at the school, region, or district level. How can leadership know systemic issues exist when there's no documentation, tracking, or reporting of concerns and complaints? I've seen this play out time and again. Students and parents struggle at the school level with an issue that stays unresolved. The problem then bubbles up to public comment or a newspaper article. Then we hear so many more stories about similar matters in other feeder areas. Wouldn't you like to know about these issues before it gets to the media? Before it becomes a lawsuit? Second, create a more explicit policy for parents to follow. The policy could be more user-friendly. The current policy as written creates hurdles for the person making the complaint. How are you supposed to know if this policy matches your complaint, or if it's the non-discrimination, or if it's this, or if it's that? It's just not very helpful. I am including an example of Aleta School District Board Policy as an example of more user-friendly policy. Additionally, Aleta School District has a Google form for this process for the entire district, which allows it to document issues and tracking. Lastly, the policy doesn't address The bottom-up policy doesn't address situations where the complaint is about building leadership. My own personal experience addressing building leadership issues were met with stonewalling, misdirection, and other frustrations. The end result was a building leader that wasn't held accountable for poor decisions, negatively impacting students over a 4-year period. If you're going to go through the process of changing the policy, please look at best practices in other districts so students, parents, community members, and the district may be better served. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Lees. Brad Geiger, Christian Pruitt, followed by Carolyn Williamson. Mr. Geiger.
Good evening, and thank you for hearing from me today. My name is Brad Geiger. I'm a 20-year district resident. I've also served on the Long Range Planning Committee. I want to speak to you today about policy KE. First of all, I believe that our district's complaint policy is not a place for out-of-state or out-of-county people to be addressing and trying to push their political viewpoints. Therefore, I support the changes that have been proposed. Too often, this district has been subjected to political viewpoints that had very little to do with what was best for our students, and this is not the process for doing it. I am, however, concerned that the students are not referenced in this policy. They are the source of many of our complaints. They are the source of much of our information about what's going on in the schools. And failing to mention them in here excludes some of the most important people in our district. In looking at this, I went to the Douglas County website. Douglas County High School website. I looked at the Castle Rock Middle School website to see how a student would, if they described how a student would make a complaint. It's nowhere on there. If you go looking as a student or as a parent, and we're talking about parents' rights, about how to make a process, you know where you get to? You get to the student code of conduct. And if you read all the way down to page 16 in the last paragraph, then you find out how to do it. We need robust, transparent policies so that everyone who has a complaint and a concern knows how to go about it, who to approach, and how to move up the ladder if they don't get responses. That's especially true for students. This forum, public comment, should not be where students have to come for complaints. I've sat here and watched teenage girls having to testify under their own names about homophobic and sexist comments that they faced. I watched black students have to come here and deal with the racism they faced at Castle Rock Middle School. This is not where those complaints should end up. Our processes have to be clear and transparent. It is possible we have good processes, and I hope when Mr. Windsor speaks in a couple weeks, we'll hear more about those. But if they're not publicized, if they're not on the websites, if they're not clear in the student manual, then they're of no use. I also believe you should look more closely at what it requires to get a complaint to the elected people who run our district. Obviously, it's best to deal with a teacher issue to a teacher. It's best to deal with a principal incident to a principal. But when there are systemic issues, we need a clear, transparent, robust, and honest policy that says this is how you get to the board to deal with it. Public comment is too
15
often
seconds remaining.
used to express those concerns. If we can find a better process, if we can make it more clear for everyone, including those people listed on this policy, then hopefully we can avoid things like a civil rights lawsuit. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Geiger. Christian Pruitt, Carolyn Williamson, followed by Sammy Wheeler-Klaus.
15 seconds remaining.
Thank you, Mr. Pruitt. Carolyn Williamson, Sammy Wheeler-Klaus, followed by Amy Winju. Okay, I do not see Ms. Williamson. We'll move to Sammy Wheeler-Klaus, Amy Winju, followed by Susan Rett.
I'm not as tall. Board Directors and Superintendent Kane, I come to you tonight not as one of your new DAC members, but as a community member, as a grandparent of 3 precious grandchildren in Douglas County Schools, as a previous DCSD teacher who actually was at Ponderosa High School the second year it opened, shows how old I am, and as an administrator who helped open Crest Hill Middle School. Before my first DAC meeting last Thursday evening, I knew that there were 3 or 4 people that were pretty upset and pretty angry. But at the meeting, Director Myers and Director Meeks will assure you that I soon realized that it was a lot more than just 3 or 4. In fact, it was nearly every single DAC member who were upset and with your decisions that you have made recently without Colorado statute mandatory statute requiring DAC input. In all honesty, I was in shock. I said so that night. What concerns me most? These are people who have served on this committee for years, who have given their time and made a commitment to support you. Yet, it was made very clear that you have not supported them. As one DAC member stated last Thursday, you ran on parent involvement and engagement, yet you ignore, disrespect, and dismiss input from a committee of representative parents who you appointed. Superintendent Kane stated that this mill and bond election in November is critical. So is it critical enough for you as a board to do everything possible to make amends with parents who are actually committed to Douglas County School District students? You desperately need all hands on deck for this mill and bond. Right now, as my fresh eyes see it, on an established situation, an established committee, I don't see that you have all hands on deck. It is time that you as a whole board make time to listen to the parents and community members to resolve their frustrations. You're not putting kids first. You are elected leaders. The fix needs to start with you. The district volunteers are waiting. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Wheeler-Klaus. Amy Winju, Susan Redden, followed by Kelly Mayer. Ms. Winju.
Good evening. At the last school board meeting, Director Susan Meek, who's running for school board director, mentioned she'd like to address racism in the district. I think that's a great idea and will add the importance of discussing radical activism also present. In particular, I'd like to speak on Dr. Tracy A. Benson. Benson comes recommended to the district by the Vice President of the American Federation of Teachers, and who also sits on the Equity Advisory Council, and he also comes recommended by the President of the Douglas County Federation of Teachers. School board candidate Director Susan Meek has been known to collaborate with teacher unions, as she did when she helped organize the rogue Zoom call in January 22 that led up to the union-organized teacher walkout. Benson is the founder of the Anti-Racist Leadership Institute, based in North Carolina, which caters to K-12 public schools across the country. It has paid trainings for things like equity audits anti-racist leadership training. It is also one of the sponsors of the annual White Privilege Conference. Dr. Benson also believes it's important for leaders to challenge white supremacy culture. So I ask, why would school board candidate Susan Meek run on a slate with all-white school board candidates if she truly believes that our school district and our society is run by white supremacists? Benson course offerings start at $2,000 per person on average. There are roughly 3,600 teachers in the district. If each district were to participate in this Benson recommended course, it would cost the district $7.2 million. That's a lot of money for a district strapped for cash, and I'd bet teachers rather see that $2,000 in their paycheck. The Colorado measures of academic success were published recently. The average English literacy score for the district was 61.6%. The average math literacy stood at 50%. While these scores are way better than Cherry Creek or Jefferson County, they still signal a need for the district to get back to basics in reading and math. While a focus on polarizing identity politics that focuses on a student's skin color, gender, or sexuality may be a sexy topic for school board candidate Susan Meek and for the teacher unions active in our district, it's obvious to most that this focus on a student's skin color or gender identity is doing more harm in a student's learning, as seen by the recent key math scores. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Winju. Susan Retton, Kelly Mayer, followed by Linda White.
Good evening. My name is Susan Renton, and I'm here today to share a letter to the editor that I submitted to CCM that was published on Monday. During the last Douglas County School District Board meeting, Director Susan Meek asked our community to provide suggestions on how to come together over race and differences. This was in response to the recent civil rights complaint filed against the school district by 3 families whose students were the recipients of racial slurs and harassments in their respective schools. This is undoubtedly a very unfortunate incident, and I agree that a community conversation can be beneficial. There has been a marked change in Douglas County Schools culture since the educational equity policy was passed in early 2021. Kids are coalescing around identity groups such as sexual orientation, skin color, or ethnicity, which I believe is an unhealthy practice. The behavior creates an us versus them mentality as it highlights our differences instead of our commonalities. These identity groups further divide students on college campuses. We now have segregated dorms and segregated graduation ceremonies. Unfortunately, the educational equity policy that Director Meek voted for and has subsequently defended encourages this divisive behavior. It is very concerning that school administrators and teachers choose to celebrate certain identity groups by way of posters and flags in the classrooms and halls. I believe that picking and choosing favorites based on attribute that cannot be changed, such as race, breeds resentment, and we're seeing that play out in mean-spirited bullying behaviors. I would ask that Director Meek consider the unintended consequences of policies that she continues to endorse. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Retton. Kelly Mayer, Linda White, and then we will move online with Tiffany Baker. Ms. Mayer.
Good evening, Board Directors and Superintendent Kane. My name is Kelly Mayer, and I am a longtime resident of Highlands Ranch and also a proud mother of many former and current DCSD students. I am also a former teacher. I am here to address a matter of utmost importance concerning the process of public comments during these board meetings. Specifically, I'm here to advocate for the preservation of the ability to provide public comments anonymously via a third party. The essence of democracy thrives on the open exchange of diverse perspectives. Allowing individuals to participate in public discussion without the fear of consequences is essential for fostering inclusivity and transparency. As someone who has dedicated years to education, I understand the concerns some educators might have about speaking openly. This is particularly true in situations where personal or professional implications could arise from expressing their views. Upholding the principle of anonymity for public comment demonstrates respect for differing opinions and safeguards individuals who might otherwise be discouraged from participating. Anonymity enables individuals to share candidly held beliefs, personal experiences, and valuable insights. These contributions contribute to a well-rounded decision-making process, ultimately benefiting our students and community. With this in mind, I am urging the Board of Education to seriously consider reinforcing policies that explicitly support anonymous public comments. This can be achieved by allowing a third-party reading. By doing so, we can ensure that the voices of those who are concerned about potential retribution are still heard and valued. In conclusion, protecting the option to provide public comments anonymously is vital to upholding the principles of democracy, inclusivity, and civil engagement. By creating an environment where every voice can be heard without fear, we foster a stronger educational community. As a former teacher and an active member of this community, I strongly implore the board to take the necessary steps to safeguard this important aspect of the democratic participation. Thank you for dedicating time for this important matter. Your commitment to equitable representation is sincerely appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Mayer. Linda White, followed by Tiffany Baker and Ursula Keikos. Ms. White.
Good evening. Director Meek asked for suggestions on how to come together over race differences. A big step toward that goal would be stop encouraging identity groups. They breed resentment, increases bullying behaviors. We all abhor bullying. It's been around since Cain and Abel. Sadly, human nature will always produce bullies. No amount of training of educators is going to change that human behavior. The best way starts at home, in the family unit, raising our kids with values that stress tolerance, even if we have differences. The way to handle it in the schools is a zero tolerance policy. The way to promote it is creating identity groups, a breeding ground for differences. I've stood before you previously as the founder of Grandparents for Kids, a group advocating academic-focused education for all students. Tonight, I stand before you as the grandma of a 16-year-old granddaughter who has faced extreme bullying herself. She attends high school in Douglas County. In April, she shared a picture of herself kissing two small dogs, her dogs. That picture spread like wildfire on social media, and she was accused of bestiality. Kids barked at her in the halls and in the classrooms. It got so bad she begged to go to school online, but we were told it was too late in the year to do so. The school knew what was happening, but how do you stop hordes of kids engaged in bullying? Then she gets this text from a student at another school in Douglas County, and warning, this is disgusting language. Listen here, whore. No one fucking likes you. Go ahead and cut your wrists open, and no one would care. Your mom doesn't even fucking like your ugly fat ass, so kill yourself. You seriously need help if you think making out with a dog is funny. This text was turned over to the SROs at both schools. After the text, she was kept home for 1 week because she had to finish the year. The barking continued. She has now changed high schools in Douglas County, but the fallout continues at her new school. She's a gifted volleyball player, made the varsity team at the new school. 3 days before the first game, she quit. Why? Scared to death that she would be barked at during games. The bullying has left some deep wounds, but as a family, we've circled our wagons around her. Why did I share this? Director Meek, please stop advocating identity groups. It reinforces kids to gang up on each other. There's enough bullying already, as I've shown you tonight. As Maya Angelou said, we are more alike than we are unlike. Kids don't want to be different. That's why fads spread so quickly among them. Let's find ways to unite them, not divide them.
Thank you, Ms. White. We will move online to Tiffany Baker, followed by Ursula Keikos. Mr. Blair, is Ms. Baker online?
She is, sir.
Okay.
I'm reading for a DCSD teacher and then speaking for myself. Hello, members of the board. I have been a teacher in DCSD for 19 years, and I'm speaking to you anonymously because I do not feel safe as a teacher sharing my concerns without retribution. When you ask for teacher input, we give you input, but it is ignored. Teachers feel attacked and not supported. The latest attack is the fact that now you want to control who speaks at public comment by forcing speakers to identify themselves and or speak for themselves. This seems like a way for you to control the narrative to only hear what you want to hear. Teachers are scared to speak up for fear of retribution, but they are the ones who truly know what is going on in the schools on a daily basis. Please stop listening to political groups and conspiracy theories. You're hurting our district. To the floor majority members, you ran on a platform of putting kids first, but all I've seen you do is put politics and parents first. When will you start putting kids first? Making a parent's bill of rights seems to be more politics, not education. What about a teacher-student bill of rights? We tell students your actions speak louder than your words, and all of your anti-public schools, anti-union, anti-teacher actions show what you truly think of teachers and how little respect you have for them. Stop blaming the union for everything. You know there hasn't been a teachers union in DCSD for over 10 years. The union has no power and controls nothing in DCSD. Stop gaslighting parents, teachers, and the community and start doing what you were elected to do. I am ashamed of this board and how far DCSD has fallen in comparison to Cherry Creek School District. We used to be equals. That's all from the teacher. I like to add for myself that President Peterson has shared his love for the First Amendment on Fox News on more than one occasion. Why shouldn't the public be allowed to volunteer our 3 minutes to read for teachers? What about our First Amendment rights? Your board majority has made it clear that you would not support a collective bargaining agreement, which would give teachers a seat at the table, and now you want to take away their anonymity in public comments. This smells a lot like the gag order that Woodland Park put against their teachers, and now they're facing a lawsuit. Reading from Colorado Public Radio in regards to Woodland Park. The lawsuit asked the court to strike down the policy that punishes school-based employees if they speak publicly as private citizens about matters of public concern about the school district as unconstitutional. It claims district employees have a federal right to make statements in social media posts about their employment as private citizens on matters of public concern. It should not be disciplined, terminated, or retaliated against. I would like to ask our school board to not enter into another lawsuit. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Baker. Our final speaker tonight will be Ursula Keikos. Is Ms. Keikos online?
Yes, I am. Good evening. Director Meek asked our community to provide feedback on how to bridge the racial divide. I believe that discontinuing this obsession of highlighting our differences, particularly racial differences, is a crucial step in this effort. A meeting of Douglas County Healthy Youth Coalition took place March 2021, and community pushback to then draft the equity policy was being discussed. An advocate of the policy said that this pushback was tied to a hypothesis that highlighting differences tears us apart, and that members should reach out to the people of color within the community because they want differences to be highlighted. As it is impossible to build bridges that connect us when we don't acknowledge and understand our differences and experiences, the suggestion that a group of people who share a similar hue of skin color all think the same way is demeaning. I come from a place of common sense, and it's quite obvious that obsessing over differences leads to distrust, which leads to contempt and ultimately conflict. During the May 8th school board meeting, when expanding the definition of diversity in educational equity policy to go beyond identity groups was being discussed, Director Meek said, "We are diluting diversity by adding other areas. I'm not saying that they're not important, but they're not as important, and we have limited time and resources." She suggested that the most convenient way to identify unique needs of students is based on what identity group they fall into. Of course, this sentiment will lead to feeling of distrust, resentment, particularly among students who don't fall into her chosen identity groups. My intuition is in line with the majority opinion of the Supreme Court's recent ruling, Students for Fair Admissions case. Justice Thomas noted, no social science has disproved the notion that discrimination endangers attitudes of superiority or alternatively provokes resentment amongst those who believe that they have been wronged by the government's use of race. In 2007 Supreme Court case, Chief Justice Roberts wrote, the way to stop discrimination on the basis of race is to stop discrimination on the basis of race. Director Meek and all the members of the Equity Advisory Council, I implore you to heed this advice. Not only will it bring a bridge to the racial divide, it's also the law. Thank you and have a nice evening.
Thank you, Ms. Keikos. That is the end of public comment. It is 6 o'clock. We will take a recess to 6:15. The Board of Education will come back into order. Okay, we are now on item number 10, adoption of consent agenda. Staff recommendations detailed in items number 11 through 17, organized for Board of Education block approval. Do we have a motion concerning the consent agenda?
Motion to adopt consent agenda numbers 11 through 17.
Second.
Motion by Williams, second by Myers. Without discussion, I will take the roll. Meek?
Aye.
Myers?
Aye.
Page?
Aye.
Peterson, aye. Ray?
Aye.
Williams?
Aye.
Weiniger?
Aye.
Passed with a vote 7-0. Now moving to item 19, approval of minutes. The recommendation is that the Board of Education approve the August 8th, 2023 minutes as presented. Do we have a motion to approve the August 8th, 2023 minutes?
I move to approve the August 8th minutes.
Motion by Meek,
Second.
second by Weiniger. I will now take the roll. Meek?
Aye.
Myers?
Aye.
Page?
Aye.
Peterson, aye. Ray?
Aye.
Williams?
Aye.
Weiniger?
Aye.
Passed 7-0. Moving into study action items. Item number 20, the Mill Bond Oversight Ad Hoc Committee, aka MBOC, annual report with presentation by the chair. We have a 20-minute presentation scheduled, followed by 10 minutes of Q&A.
Greetings, President Peterson, directors, and Superintendent Kane. So I am John Freeman, the chair of the Mill Bond Oversight Committee, and other members of the committee who are present tonight are Joe Robinson and Vanessa Hoffman, sitting back there. First, a little history. As promised to the voters, the MBOC was formed during the first 6 months of 2019 with the charges to become familiar with the MLO and bond program and project list, to monitor the progress of the improvements and programs being implemented, and to ensure that the MLO and bond expenditures are in alignment with the ballot language approved by the voters. Since that time, the MBOC has met quarterly. We review the projects and spending in aggregate, as well as delving into the subcategories such as facilities maintenance and improvements, construction, vehicle replacement, and information technology. We feel it's important to see the impact the bond has had on the schools. So each summer we go out and tour a number of schools. So this summer we toured Highlands Ranch High School. So you can see they got new floors throughout the building. You can see it on the lower right. Then you can see their cosmetology studio there in the middle for CTE. And then that's us there at the front with your sign. And then definitely speaking as a layperson, it seems to me that over the years the HVAC units have become larger and the boilers have become smaller. You can see the HVAC unit there with, I believe that's Eric standing in front of it. And that's up on the roof above one of the gyms at the high school. I understand that they had to reinforce that roof in order to maintain the weight or to hold the weight of that new HVAC unit. And that boiler on the right, that just, to me, that looks miniature. The school building I was in charge of, the boilers we had were easily, 5, 6, 7 times that. So that's really small. Let's see. Then we moved over to Legacy and met up with Dr. Rex Core, who definitely is our favorite tour guide. He is just he's just a wealth of knowledge. It's amazing what he knows. And it's really interesting because he seems to pop up, at the most popular places. Before he was giving us tours at the F-Pod over at Castleview, and of course now he's at Legacy, where he knows anything and everything about that building and its history, and anything you point to, he can explain or tell about. So it's really amazing, what knowledge he has. Let's see, then we went over to Vail and met with Leanne Hayden. And she is, clearly passionate about Vail's programming. We enjoyed hearing from her about how the redesigned spaces at Vail are going to provide a unique learning environment for students. And since not everyone on the committee is available to do the tours during the day, we also meet at different locations throughout the year, to give everyone an opportunity, to see not only that work in progress, but to see the finished product. So this year we met at Chaparral, Legacy, and Wilcox. See, the 2018 bond made it possible for the district to have multiple amazing accomplishments, over the past 4+ years. The district has completed countless maintenance projects, greatly expanded and improved career tech programming, increased counselor ranks, and many more things, all made possible with the funding so graciously provided by the taxpayers of Douglas County. I definitely would like to thank the operations and finance staff for all of their hard work and diligence over the past several years in accomplishing what's been done to date. So thank you all. See, in regards to overall spending, we are certainly nearing the end of the 2018 bond, with 97% as of the end of May. And keep in mind on the MLO, that money was received, one half the way through the 2018-2019 school year, so relatively little of that was spent that first year. So that's how the district is able to spend, $44 million in a given year and not the 40, because they're still spending from the reserves from that first year. Looking at the amount spent on each of these categories clearly shows the board's priority to spend the funds on areas directly impacting students while minimizing spending on management and support facilities. See, a key charge given to the MBOC is to monitor the expenditures to ensure that they are in alignment with the ballot language. On one hand, we can certainly attest that they are in alignment. On the other hand, that it does need to be balanced with the generic ballot language, which does not put any additional limitations on what may be purchased with the bond funds versus the general fund in regards to capital expenditures. We are continuing to see more detailed reports than what we were provided in the first several years. And we really appreciate being advised of how the funds are reallocated over the years to meet the current needs. In looking to the future, what does the MBOC believe needs to happen in order for another MLO and bond to gain approval of the voters? First and foremost, it would be quite helpful to use more specific ballot language than what was used previously. Then back up that specific language with detailed list of maintenance projects, description of new construction, IT purchases, programmatic items, etc., along with budgeted or estimated amounts, and eventually the actual costs, all publicly available on the district's website for anyone and everyone to see. The district's financial needs are enormous, and while any additional funding brought in by a new bond or MLO will be greatly appreciated, those funds will not come close to addressing all of the needs. Therefore, it is to be expected that over the life of the bond, new urgent needs will appear, while existing needs will be moving up and down the priority list. With that in mind, a very open and understandable process for reallocating funds within a future bond would be welcomed. Posting this process on the district's website will reassure the public that yes, there is a specific plan in place to ensure that funds are being spent to address the greatest needs, while also remaining true to the voters' expectations as to how the funding will be spent. Transparency is in the details, especially in the financial details. For the next bond, please consider tracking expenses at the specific maintenance project, programmatic, or individual purchase level instead of at the school, facility, or district level. Does that take time and require a minimal investment in staffing? It does, but that knowledge gained will be worth the effort and the expense. And we firmly believe that learning from the past and striving for improvement in the future will lead to positive outcomes for all stakeholders. While the end is in sight, there is still work to be done. And the MBOC looks forward to being able to report that the 2018 bond funds will have been fully spent at our next report to the board. For additional information on the MBOC or the bond or MLO in general, I'd like to refer you to our annual report. Probably the most useful aspect of the report are the links to the various sections on the district's website, which contain comprehensive information regarding the bond spend. Okay, so at this point, I'd be happy to take any questions you might have.
Okay, I'll open it up to board directors for questions on comments from Mr. Freeman. Director Weiniger.
John, thank you for putting this all together. I know you spent a lot of time and diligence in getting all the information correct and getting it right. And thank you for always volunteering your time for that. Did you want to share on what the MBOC has been told with as far as when the fund dollars will finally be all spent from the 2018 bond?
Yeah, that's a great point there. At our June meeting, it was our understanding that the bond funds would all be essentially spent by the end of September. We found out about maybe 3 hours ago that there's still about $1.7 million in these security accounts. And I think tonight on your consent agenda, I believe you approved an expense for around $750,000, guessing, don't really know. So they still have about another $1 million to go to spend on other improvements that they might come up with. But they have said that they're going to spend that by the end of December, which would be very nice if they can do that. Because that would give the district roughly a month or so of leeway. Because once we go into February, then there's a potential of the district having to pay a penalty to the IRS. Because in theory, 85% of the money needs to be spent within 3 years and 100% within 5. And we'll hit that 5-year mark in February. So I really don't want to see that happen. I would much prefer the funds get spent before that, so that's not on our record, especially before we go out to ask for another bond.
Yes, John has been very awesome about staying on top of that, and he actually was behind this idea where we did have plans where we were going to use some of the bond money to pay for some boilers in the summer. I believe it's boilers. Yeah. And we also need some work with the Legacy campus, and he was like, well, why don't we use that for the Legacy campus instead of incurring these late fees? And he worked with our finance department and made sure that money will get spent beforehand. So thank you, John, for your involvement around that.
Yeah, well, big chunk of my career was in grants management. So I was constantly transferring expenses from grant to grant to close them out in a timely manner and so forth. So there, I had heard that there were there were X millions of dollars of expenses for Legacy sitting in the general fund. And these 2 boilers that they were going to do next summer were around $600,000. So I just suggested that let's just go ahead and move another $600,000 in Legacy expense into the bond, freeing up that general fund money, and that could be used for the boilers next summer. Thus cutting all that time off of the spend for the bond.
Yeah, and to point out, because Legacy was in the bond, it's an appropriate move. And it's that type of flexibility that hopefully we've listened to your advice, and there'll be a little bit more flexibility in the bond out of necessity because we don't know exactly what will transpire over the spend. Then certainly the MLO, which we tried to write as tightly as possible, again, to give people certainty on that. So I'd really like to applaud the work of you and your team and the advice that you've given. When taxpayers vote for the bond and MLO, they vote for the MBOC. You are the citizen oversight component of that language. So if the taxpayers approve a bond this November, we will be happy to recommission the MBOC with a new charter and a whole new set of items to look over. But thank you very much for your diligence and your advice. We could not dig into this as board members to the degree that you've done it, and it really has helped to guide us and inform us. And I think just about every recommendation you had has been spot on, and it's part of the trust building with the taxpayers, because they know someone other than the board outside the district, a citizen committee, is actually doing the oversight. So thank you.
Yeah. Oh, nothing would make me happier than to close out the 2018 bond and, well, actually close it out in December, at the same time start up the 2023 bond.
Yeah, we can give you a month off. So yeah, we'll work it in. Other directors, Director Ray, then Director Myers.
Yeah. Mr. Freeman, I just want to again echo the accolades. This has been about a 4-year commitment for you, and you're the man that does pay attention to details, and truly very grateful for your leadership and your work. Can we go to slide 9 just for a moment? I think it's slide 9, if my count is right.
You can tell me when to stop.
It's the slide that talks about the statistics there. One before that. There's another one that's statistics and factoids. That one right there, yeah. I want to pause on this because I just think we need to savor it a little bit. When we look at this slide and all the things that have been accomplished because of the 2018 bond. And I just think this is an important one for us also to show our community that when we're talking about the 2023, we can reference this and show that promises made, promises kept. What I'm wondering though about this, because I just think, again, when I look through this, I just beam with pride that we passed that in 2018. But I wonder if the committee sometimes does not get as much detail around the mill levy, override, spend, because you spend a lot of time talking about the bond. But some things that, when I look at this slide, when you think about the counselors that we heard a public speaker talk to already, you think about the reduced ratio of counselors in secondary, you think about the $17 million that was devoted to staff, all staff, to resolve salary gaps. There's a lot more in that mill levy that I think we accomplished than just the counselors. And so my question to you, do we need to have MBOC, work more with human resources to really hear what the mill levy is accomplishing so that we can celebrate those things as well? Did you feel like it was kind of heavy on the bond and kind of light on the mill in terms of your oversight?
I would definitely agree with that. I think in the annual report, I did include a breakdown of how the MLO was budgeted. Probably if we are going to go wrong somewhere, it's the fact that the bond is kind of ever evolving, ever changing. So it is important to get regular updates on that. Once the MLO gets budgeted for the year, it's there. It doesn't really change. So, but I agree with you. I think we probably have, forgotten's not a good word, but we probably have not paid as much attention to that as we probably should. But I think that does go back to it really doesn't change that much from year to year. Back in the very beginning, yes, I think we had several meetings that were definitely focused on the MLO. But once it got set up and once it got running, the categories I don't think have really changed. The amount budgeted within those categories has slightly changed. But it probably would be worthwhile for us to go back and take a closer look at that.
Thank you. I just think there's a lot of pushback a little bit from some of our community members who will say that the 2018 bond didn't solve all the issues that we said it would. And it was just one step, really, for us to move towards. And as you said, John, you talked about that, it's a cycle. The 2023 bond won't take care of everything. We'll continue to have that 3 to 5 year cycle of need in our district. So I just think it's an opportunity for us not only to savor all the wonderful accomplishments that the bond provided, but I also think we have to remember that we did a heck of a lot for our staff and our employees and our benefits during that program too with the 2018 bond and the MLO.
We did. So definitely we need to do a better job educating ourselves and educating the community on what that MLO did and still does.
Very good. Thank you, John.
Mm-hmm.
Director Myers.
I also want to thank you. As I read through my homework to be prepared for a school board meeting, some of this goes quite over my head.
But when you stand up and explain everything, then it comes to light. I understand what's going on, so I appreciate every time you speak to us and explain this. So thank you.
Yep, you're welcome.
Other directors, comments, questions? Director Williams, and then Director Meek.
Actually, just thank you. I've had the opportunity to sit down with you, John, a few times and talk about this stuff, and same with you, Joe. So thank you guys so much for all the work that you do, and I've learned a lot. I know you and I sat down a long time ago, John, I think it was at Panera or something, out Neaters or wherever it was. Yep. And you really were able to sit down and show me numbers and explain some things that I had no idea. So I appreciate your knowledge and for your willingness to share your knowledge. So thank you.
Yep, thank you.
Director Meek.
Thank you, and thank you to the entire committee. I know it's so much work to do this, but it's so incredibly important in order to build trust with our community. I appreciated slide 14, where you talked about lessons learned from the 2018 bond and MLO. I'm wondering, is there anything in addition to the items on that slide that you might highlight for ways to build trust as when we pass the 2023 MLO and bond? Are there any additional areas where you might add to this list as ways that we can build trust?
I think it all goes back to educating the community and transparency. So that the more information that you all can put out there, and the more detailed plans you can put out there, the better off we'll be. I'm still running into people. I'm sure I'll probably will forever run into people that are complaining that that my taxes are on my property are going way up, and the school district is going to rake it in. And and of course I keep explaining that that's just not really the case. Yes, that initial check might come here, but the other check goes way down. So it balances out. So somehow we've got to get that across to the public and get them to understand how funding truly works, because it's not generally known how that actually works.
So I totally agree with you. I think I was at several different house parties this weekend and a lot of conversation on this. And there was actually a request, maybe there could be a video that's created to talk about this topic, something that could be pushed out really easily. And so I may try to just create one on my own, just an informal video, but maybe we should do something more formal as well, because I do think there are so many questions out there right now around how property taxes are going to influence our ability, to raise funds. More money must be coming in, and then also just understanding some of the other potential tax policies that are out there.
Director Page.
Well, I cut my teeth in the district on the Long Range Planning Committee. And so thanks to Brad and to Larry and to John and to Michelle, leadership there, it was eye-opening to be a charter school board director where we had an $8 million budget, really easy and simple, and could read it. It was like our whole budget was 4 pages long. It was fantastic, and I'm like, well, it's just at scale. Well, the scale is like, apples to dump trucks when it comes from, from a single school to this. And so what I appreciated was the fact that the legacy campus wasn't even on this originally. So the fact that we could still pivot and recognize where there are the ability to have way more impact, we could do that even in the guise of the language, and being fiscally responsible, and for those who don't understand what we were planning on building versus what we got with the legacy campus and with Vail is mind-blowingly huge from even just a cost per square foot. So it was neat to see how we were able to pivot and gain the district marvels that we have now at Vail and Legacy. So it was neat to watch that process. And we had to scramble a bit too, right? Because there were deadlines and things of that nature. But I appreciate all the learning that you've given me into just the nuts and bolts of how the district runs, just from a sheer perspective of building maintenance, planning for the future. So that was really appreciated. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Yeah. John, I have one last question for you, and it's for the board, but it's also really for folks listening out there, taxpayers. Appreciate all the lessons learned. Is there a lesson learned around the gap? Meaning the previous bond was 2006, and we want 12 years in between MLO and bond cycles. And prior to that, we were passing MLOs and bonds every 3 to 4 years. So is there a larger macro lesson learned you took out of putting a 12-year gap in there between passage, and what would that lesson learned or what would that advice be?
We definitely can't allow another 12-year period to go before we pass another one. We definitely need to, again, it goes back to education. Instead of waiting 12 years and passing a large bond, now this is personally me, I'm not speaking on behalf of the committee. I would rather get the community used to passing smaller bonds on a regular basis. So every 2, 3, 4 years, let's get something passed. Again, in that regard, we can make them smaller. If they're smaller, then I think they're more understandable. People don't look at this multi-$100 million bond and fall over and think, oh my gosh, we can never afford that. Whereas maybe if they looked at something smaller, perhaps they would think we could afford that. So definitely, I would aim toward long-term doing more frequent bonds, but smaller.
Right, thank you. Any final questions for Mr. Freeman? Superintendent Kane.
Thank you. I just wanted to respond about an educational video. We do have an updated educational video that has been published for the record prior to the August 8th meeting, and it is available on our YouTube channel as well as our funding page. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Superintendent, and thank you, Mr. Freeman.
Yep, thank you.
And the entire MBOC. We'll now move to item number 21, Board Committee Areas of Focus, and this is set to just be a 30-minute discussion. Thank you, Mr. Blair. Oh, he was ahead of me, and he's got to close the other one out. So to set the tone for this, every year the board, and this is for mainly the public, the board passes a resolution. Last year's resolution, notice it says 2223, is up on the screen. It's a very short resolution. If you'll scroll down, Mr. Blair, and then the meat of this comes in the appendices, and there's an appendix for each of the board committees where we pull generally out of policy governance. There are some statutory requirements, and then there's some additional areas of focus that may apply to the specific school year. We started this discussion briefly at the board retreat this summer, and so this next 30 minutes is not to vote on it tonight, but have board discussion about what we think. Mainly, I'll rely on the liaisons to each of those committees, what they think may be in here. The intent is to take a bunch of notes tonight, to have the committees themselves listen to this discussion and comments. And in the month between now and the end of September the 26th, board committees continue to weigh in on the discussion tonight, weigh in on last year's areas of focus, get those back through your liaisons into myself, and then the plan would be to, at the September 26th regular board meeting, actually vote on and pass a final set of focus areas for each of our committees from the combined board. With that, I'll just open it up for areas of discussion, I guess, starting with Mr. Blair, if you'll just go up to the very first committee in the appendix, and then we'll just kind of work backwards. There we go, Appendix A, the deck. And with that, I'll open it up to directors' questions, comments around each of the committees. And I'll lean heavily on the liaisons, but let's go ahead and start with the deck. Director Meek.
Start. Yeah. I wasn't thinking DAC was first because it wasn't the first in the other order the other day. So I think we heard public comment earlier this evening from the DAC. I shared an an email summary from the last DAC meeting, just describing the feedback. Just to summarize, at our board retreat, Director Myers and I were tasked to go to the board, or to go to the DAC, have a conversation with them, and then come back. That DAC conversation, it was very clear that the DAC members felt like they were cut out of the engagement process with the policy. And from the public comment, from the emails that we've received, they've pointed out the language in Colorado statute that talks about the DAC helping with the development, the implementation, engagement. And I can find it in our DAC bylaws and read it to everyone if that's helpful. Would that be helpful for me to find the language? Okay. So, very passionate request to have the subcommittee that they began and has been meeting regularly, I think they mentioned 8 times already, have them fulfill their timeline to provide input to us on the policy on parent engagement by December. That was really their request. And I realized in my summary, I did not include, there was also a comment from the DAC around engaging in conversations on equity and bullying, which seems to be a big topic as well. So that was something I did not share in my summary the other day. I realized I left that out, but I wanted to add that item as well. So the DAC typically has routine responsibilities, as you see up here. The one area that I would suggest modifying under number 2 is removing, including the use of one-time federal stimulus funds, CRF and ESSER. Those funds expire September 2024, so I think we can remove those. And then add under number 3, give advice to increase parent engagement, add a sub-bullet. This includes following the DAC's timeline on KB policy recommendations to the board.
Any other before we go to Director Myers and then open it up to larger?
Not at this point.
Okay. Director Myers, do you have anything to add as the liaison?
No, Director Meek's very thorough, took great notes, not near the notes that I took. A little difficult that night. But, and I do understand they requested even a work session with us. And I know that's, as one board member, I did say I would reach out and see if we could do that. And I know that as one board member. And I guess that's it.
Can I add on then? Thank you. I forgot to mention the work session. Somewhat similar to the work session we held with LRPC previously, where they could go through their work with us and have a dialogue, a back and forth dialogue.
Any other director comments, concerns? Obviously, we should pull the second half of number 2 out because it just is not applicable this year. I think the other 4 are just kind of the continuous standing, and we would put anything in my mind, anything that's a unique area of focus or extra focus or specific area of focus, we would want to amend that bottom list. Any director comments on that bottom list, noting there is already the points that Director Meek made about the subcommittee and then additional focus on bullying, equity, and some other items. Any other things that directors believe should be on there, should be reorganized, revised? Director Williams.
So at the board retreat, President Peterson, you brought up a couple, at least 1 or maybe 2 policies that you had maybe wanted to throw out there for the DAC to look at. So I would like to talk about those. But I will be honest and say I am really struggling on continuing on with the KB conversation. I feel like We've had the conversation, and I feel like we need to be moving to new policies and giving the superintendent the time to create the regulation policy before we continually go back and revise a policy we just revised.
Other directors? Well, three hands at once. We'll go Director Ray, Director Myers, and then I'll go to anyone else before Director Meek, and we'll circle back to her. Go ahead, Director Ray.
I'm going to respectfully disagree with Director Williams. I don't think we've had the conversation, and I think that's what's been problematic with the whole process of KB, and I've stated that all along. I think it was haphazard at best in terms of how the revisions were presented to us. I think we heard pleadings from our accountability group to slow down and give them an opportunity to do their subcommittee work that they're statutorily required to do. So I disagree. I think we need to resolve the KB issue and certainly not encourage our superintendent to do a regulatory policy when there's so many open-ended concerns about that policy. And really, they have beautifully mapped out, their sequence of events. They have met frequently over the summer. I just think this is a group we need to make sure that we're aligned with and we're pulling together as opposed to severing their trust. I mean, they're the accountability. I keep saying the word accountability because I'm just flabbergasted that we would make our DAC talk to us at public comment instead of giving them ample time to actually present like we do our other committees. We do SAG, we give them plenty of time, we give LRPC plenty of time, FOC, but for some reason, DAC we've shortchanged. So we've got a lot of work to do, I think, to repair the relationship with our group, with our accountability group, and I really think we need to let them lead the way because parent engagement is indeed what they're the ambassadors for. And so I just think it would be wrong for us to sweep it under the carpet and assume we can just give them another assignment without resolving the damage that's been done. So I wholeheartedly support an emphasis on letting them finish out their sequence of events with studying policy KB as we should have and letting them present that final recommendation to us in December.
Director Myers.
Well, one of the things I look up here at the District Accountability Committee, especially with number 3, give advice to increase parent engagement. So I wonder in that discussion, because it seems like we have several parent engagement things going on. I know Director Meek and Director Williams have when we did the community, and I know this is more parent engagement, but yet at the community as a whole are our business leaders, our kids, our staff, and I know with Allison in her position that she has. So, like I said, I know they have the timeline. We did talk about that on Thursday evening, and if we wanted, I know it's not anything we're voting on tonight, but to take a look and maybe have that work session that they wanted to do the same as you did with LRPC. I am open to that.
Other directors? One of the things that we talked about in the retreat that I think would be an area of focus that I, as one director, would like to see. In our MLO language, we have a new bullet this year that's different from what we ran last year, and it's to, and I'm paraphrasing, it's to increase and maintain security enhancements such as SROs. We have a policy that hasn't been looked at in a while. I think it was at least 2018. 2018 it was revised, and ironically in 2018 the DAC at the time is making the same argument that the DAC at this time is making. There's been a revision. We'd like to weigh in on it, and at the time they were not given a chance to weigh in on it. So given the fact that we may have some funding come in here that has to be spent for enhanced security, I'd like to see if there's a review of what that policy ADD, which is physical security, or excuse me, safe schools, but involves physical security, if there needs to be changes to that. Remember that $1 in every 4, should the bond and MLO pass, goes through to our district authorized charters. Right now, ADD is non-waiverable. That's probably a discussion that we should have. What discretion would those charters have around spending of that safety and security dollars that may or may not align with ADD? ADD has post certification as a standard. I, as one person, think it's too low. I think there should be additional above and beyond. So that's something I would like them to weigh in on at some point during the year. I don't know if it's a wait and see if the MLO passes, so they don't do a bunch of work that may or may not apply, but that's something I would like to see. And then one other thing, Mr. Blair, if you can jump to Appendix C, number 4. There's been some concern about the DAC's role on CART and the role or the degree that DAC plays to influence CART decisions. I'd like the language here that's actually under LRPC, number 4. The LRPC will continue to provide representation to the CART, which results in a CART recommendation, just to firmly establish that the DAC provides a member to CART and they work within the CART process. Thank you, Mr. Blair. You can go back to Appendix A, because all it says in here is Charter Application Review Team, and I think that's vague, and that may be part of the confusion. So those are the two things I'd like to see, LRPC language specifically inserted in there, and then I would like to elevate specifically safety and security to specifically be comments to the board on policy ADD. Director Meek.
Sure. So I did relay the idea of having the DAC look at that specific policy, the safe school policy. Basically, the response was, we take our responsibilities seriously, and we feel like we were asked to provide input on the engagement policy, and we feel like we were shut out. It felt like a slap in the face. How do we know that won't happen again, essentially, with any new request that we would make? It kind of goes back to Director Ray's comment. Like, I think we, as a board, they really want to meet with all of us, not just have 2 individuals who really can't speak for the board unless the board has taken action. I feel like they're at a point where that work session would allow us to have an in-depth conversation back and forth and everything. There was also frustration on the CART policy, which I didn't include in the summary because it felt like it was already a rather long summary and it was a second topic. But I think really having a conversation where we are working together with our DAC, who we have appointed to be the parent engaged. I mean, according to legislation, I mean, this is their job, is to work with us on this topic and the CART process and, school safety. But there's a lot of frustration from that committee. And just to very quickly summarize, this board passed a motion that we would allow them to engage. And there was a very brief conversation scheduled with the DAC, and it wasn't enough to do the work that really was required to thoughtfully engage on that policy. Has anyone on the board had a chance to review the policy recommendations, right? So they've done a lot of work, and I think are really hoping to have a conversation to walk through their feedback and their edits. I'm trying to relay the conversation that was had. And then, DAC is a special committee because it's several pages in the law book here talking about their requirements and what we ask of them. And it states specifically, the local school board and the school district accountability committee shall, at least annually, cooperatively determine the areas and issues in addition to budget issues that the School District Accountability Committee shall study and concerning which the committee may make recommendations to the local school board. The operative word cooperatively establish I think someone even mentioned hearing, the DAC works for us as a comment that was made at one point, and I think what we really want to emphasize is it really does need to be collaborative for it to work effectively. And I think several board directors expressed the concern with pushing through so many policies at the very end of the year without, it was the absolute worst time to actually have school personnel engage and parents engage when it's graduation time and everything else that's going on. And I think what we're seeing right now is the implications of rushing through that policy change. And so our DAC is asking us to work with them, and I think we owe it to them. They're the individuals who have spent years, volunteering their time on this committee. And I think we have committed to them, through our other motion that we would work with them. And that's where I think we really need to take the time and take this seriously. And I definitely feel like that collaborative conversation might be the right place to talk through the safety policy, what that looks like, what we're asking. And maybe even there is the safety committee and kind of talking through what areas are we asking one committee versus another committee.
Okay, any other directors with recommendations for what would appear on a list for a future set of priorities? Director Weiniger.
I'll just share my thoughts on it, is if the DAC sees a need where they think this policy needs looked at, I could consider it. I do have some concerns just from initial feedback they provided that how if they're surveying and they're gathering of feedback, if there'll be any bias in it, because the feedback did seem very one-sided and not very understanding of how both sides can look. So I would be very critical of that if we do have a study session and come together and get engagement around that.
Any other directors? Director Page and then Director Ray.
I would say one, as we move forward, we currently have this policy on the books, and this revision wasn't done based on that. So one, if I want to see any revisions, I want it to be based on redlining what we have currently, not what was previous. So this is representative of what we currently have, so I want to make sure that we're baselining. And then second, quote unquote, as the rookie here. So the DAC, how are those people appointed to the DAC? Who appoints them?
This board appoints them.
Okay.
And they all, I'm sorry?
I would say, yeah, we approve the names that come to us, but we're not the ones who interview the applicants that come forward. The DAC has a subcommittee that is a membership committee, and they accept applications, and then they interview, and then they put forth the names to us.
Sure.
And then generally it's on consent agenda, and that's how it works.
So very almost mimicking the LRPC. They have a membership. Okay, thank you.
Director Ray.
Yeah, I just wanted a quick response to Director Weiniger's concern around bias. That's what I love about their plan, is that they are engaging our SACs, our school of advisory councils, and that's 90 schools. So they're actually expanding the opportunity for others to be engaged in this policy far more than what we did when we rushed through it. So I just wanted to applaud their intent. It's not just the DAC that's going to make the final recommendation. We are going to see a reflection of all our schools being included in that conversation.
Yeah, that's my hope too. Yeah.
Again, just to rein it back in a little bit, we can have the qualifying and commentary on anything that comes forward and stuff. What I'm trying to get us back on focus is I have the things noted by Director Meek. I have additional items that I noted that were not on here. I do have strike, obviously, the ESSER things. Is there anything else to move us along for a list of priorities? Once we get the list of priorities voted on and approved and things out there, we can navigate scheduling and how those things go down for every one of the committees. But to bring the board back, is there anything else that we're missing? If not, I'd like to move on to the next committee so we can get through this reasonably. Okay, seeing none, Mr. Blair, if you could go to Appendix B, which is the FOC. And by the way, I think some of these other committees are going to be a little less controversial because their statutory authority just kind of reloads and repeats every year. So FOC, standing focus areas are right there. There were the, as they listed them last year, the areas of inquiry. So I'll go to our board liaisons. Any comments on these current priorities from last year?
I think the standing focus areas always carry over from year to year. For areas inquiry, number one, we'll actually have that presented to us in the September meeting. Number two, we could change that to the 2023 bond MLO. Number three, I think we don't necessarily need them to assess anymore. I think we're getting a good grasp on growth and decline areas. Number four, we were presented with in May or June, I can't remember, one of those months. And then number five, I actually think that's a good ongoing one. We could maybe get specific on departments, or we could just say department reviews in general, if anyone has specifics they want to see.
Yeah, and in number five specifically, we may want to look at the balance. I mean, we've just invested through the 2018 bond a significant amount in CTE to get it kick-started. The 2023 MLO also would look at phase two for legacy plus an additional automotive facility out in Highlands Ranch in a high school for CT and some other things, but maybe just some general commentary on the balancing of CTE, security, CE, all those things, the specials. And I think we're going to need that whether the bond and MLO that are on the ballot pass, and specifically if they don't pass, what is the fallback position on those? So I think those are great areas of focus. So the notes I took is obviously update everything to 2023 and perhaps remove 3 and 4. I mean, this isn't, we're not trying to layer them on. Did I get that accurately?
And one, we're actually.
Because we're getting that brief coming up next month, correct. Any other comments from any other directors? Director Wray?
One of the questions I have, Director Weiniger, I know that it seems like annually what comes up is student-based budgeting in terms of whether that formula is, what is it? Site-based? Site-based budgeting. Well, it's based on students, so. But I know we have, it's come up annually, it seems like, about whether is that formula right? Is it correct, the way we're allocating? Because that was something this district pioneered many, many years ago. And I don't know that we really have come back full circle to say, is this amount per high school student what makes most sense for site-based budgeting? And then also benchmarking. We talked about, you know, that how do we know that when we differentiate funds for schools that have higher need population, that there's an impact, that we see an academic impact or a growth impact. So I just wondered if that's something that we need to circle back with our FOC to help us, or at least to have staff present to our FOC some of their findings around formula and differentiated funding.
Yeah, I think that's fine. I think there's actually a few changes made recently to it. So yeah, I think so. To add that on.
Other directors, Director Meek?
I was just wondering, what is the status of the Citizens Budget Guide? I know that's up there, and I wasn't sure if I was missing something. It's kind of a rolling item, but is there a Citizens Budget Guide?
Yeah, I don't know if it's posted online, but it's basically a shortened version of the budget so that anybody could read it and understand what's going on. I know that it does get worked on every year, but maybe Jana has more around where you can find it.
Or we'll direct it to the superintendent if
sorry.
you want to have any experts pitch it.
Well, I will have to get back to you on the status of the citizens budget guide. So if we can just get back to the board on that, that would be great.
Thank you. Any other directors on FOC? Okay, Mr. Blair, if we can go to C, the LRPC, Long Range Planning Committee. And obviously it's interesting, and I think I mentioned, in fact, I remember mentioning in this last year, we almost have different formatting for each appendix. But here we've got a 1 through 4, and it first starts with the SCUBA, the school capacity boundary analysis. Obviously, that's one of our strategic themes. My sense is it's right behind funding priorities is this continued management of growth and decline. So continued boundary analysis, whether a bond passes or whether it doesn't, obviously will be a focus. If we go down, number 2, thank you, LRPC. We have our fresh master capital plans in the hard copy format. And I will say it one last time quickly. It's thick, but boy, is it consumable, and it's one of the go-to documents. I can't wait to go home and tab this thing up. This is the source of answers. When I get calls from people in the community, I say, what school are you in? And we go to the page, so thank you. Property, facility, land inventory, I think we definitely have to continue that. And then the last one actually on here is just the CART. And again, I think this is very clear. I'm not the rep, but I think these would be the same standing issues for next year, and they've done a great job. Any other additions or changes? Director Williams.
And during the August meeting, we just talked about, depending on what happens in November with the bond and mill, obviously that could go depending on what we need to look at. So I think that's something else that we need to consider on LRPC.
Yeah, help me understand a little bit more, because obviously all these master capital, boundary analysis, inventory, and even the CART will be affected by either passage or non-passage of both of those members. Do we need to call out anything else specifically other than react under these 4?
I can get you language and send it to you.
If you would, thank you. Any other directors? Okay, Mr. Blair, if we can go to D. Mill Bond Oversight Ad Hoc Committee. I think this remains in effect as we get the funds done. I think, Mr. Freeman, you said prior to February at the absolute latest, so we do not incur penalties. But at this point, I wouldn't add anything. Obviously, should a bond and or mill pass, there'll be a rechartering and renewal of the MBOC in reaction. Any other directors' comments? Director Weininger.
I don't know if we need number 2 anymore. I know we were still working on it, but I don't know if we want to make that a priority anymore. I don't know. What does the board think?
It's been done.
It's in the process, but we're not done.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's leave it on there, and if it gets done before we pass the resolution, we'll just strike it during modifications at the end of September. And then, Mr. Blair, if you can finally go to ECHO, E. The SAG. Just to call attention, we will have in 2 items from now, consideration of SAG comments that they brought to this board. One of the things we may want to put here is possible rewording. I really like what Director Myers and Director Ray brought with the focus last school year to the SAG, where they bifurcated their advice. They looked at operational issues and they presented them to the superintendent and her staff. And then they looked at policy-based issues and they presented it to the board. I don't know how we would add that language, but I'd like to see that practice continued. That way, the right people are reacting to our students' voice. And I'll try to get that into some nice words for folks. But any other issues or things they would like to, that directors would like to see changed, added, deleted?
Well, I think
Director Myers or Director Ray, you're the representatives.
I think on number 3, Director Peterson, we can insert that language you were advocating for by simply saying that they'll provide feedback to the board and provide operational input feedback to superintendent and cabinet. Okay. Just add that on. I think also in number 2, I'm not sure that they're really focused on a website, but they are focused on figuring out communication vehicles to really assess the needs of all students. And so I think in that number 2, we'd want to express that we want them to be able to collect feedback from all grades and not just high school, because I think that's certainly a goal of theirs as well. I think we could also go ahead, Director Myers, if you agree, and put in there their current focus, which they just launched last night, and they really are focused on the following focus areas. They're focused on mental health, diversity and equity, school safety, academic excellence, and environmental sustainability are their 5 areas. And I think that academic excellence is a broad enough focus that we can do some of the feedback loop we were hoping to do that we'll talk about in the next agenda item around financial literacy and weighted honors classes. So I think that fits within that subgroup for them. So I think we can add certainly those focus areas.
Yeah, like the DAC, just some specific focus areas as well. If you could just send me that list, Director Ray, I'll add it before the next meeting. Director Myers, anything to add to Director Ray?
I think also I was a little bit lapse in my input for the kids and when we were working on our SAG bylaws, but after conversation with our 4 very great leaders, they've already given me feedback today and some things that we've made. And I know one of our issues, the reason why we did have to take the SAG bylaws off this agenda, we do have to have legal look at it and board look at some of those things. But I think we're almost there with the bylaws. And our kids, I really feel like their focus areas this year are going to be something that they can report out on. It's going to be very important. And these kids are going to determine at each school how they're going to reach out to their community, their feeder area, to get that feedback from the students.
Okay, other directors, comments, questions, concerns? Okay, I'd like to thank the board. So if you do have input, again, please take the discussion tonight, the summary, and specific things for each of your committees to the committees and try to collect their feedback. In fact, a heads up, like now after this meeting, that you're going to be asking for their feedback for the priorities for this year. And again, the intent is to consolidate that as you meet before the next meeting and put that on the agenda for the 26th of September. Moving to item number 22, state testing and literacy updates. Some wonderful news, 10-minute presentation and 10-minute Q&A. I'll turn it to the superintendent.
And I will turn it over to Mr. Reynolds.
Given the celebrations that have already happened today, which is great. You've seen different pieces of this. I will continue to share information as it comes in from the state. It comes in phases. Our next phase is the performance frameworks when they come up as a preliminary. That's going to happen sometime in the next 2 weeks. As soon as I get that information, I will share it with you all. Those don't become official until the State Board of Education weighs in on those and does a formal vote. That usually happens in December or January, depending on what's on their agenda. So I'll be sharing those with you as well. This is actually the first in a series of presentations that I'll be making to you, a variety of different data. We have a lot of things to share with you, and we have a lot of celebrations to be had. As just kind of a reminder, thinking back to last year and even entering this year, we really had 4 areas that we had discussed as really priorities for our work, and literacy was the top of that list. And we've also, data-driven professional learning communities is something else that certainly plays a role in the data that you're going to see as well. First, I'm going to start big picture. And so this presentation is really to whet your appetite looking forward, as our superintendent has just shared, there's already articles out there that talk about our overall data, which is really, really exciting to always be in the news for this type of thing. But I really wanted to share with a large overview because that provides the scale of what we're trying to get accomplished here in Douglas County. To move an organization of our size with 60,000+ students, it's a tremendous effort to continue to move forward and to have an impact on this many students. This graphic here shows the data going back to 2017, and we have a noticeable gap in the middle. The noticeable gap in the middle is 2020, when testing did not occur. Another note to make is the blue bar there, which is 2021. That was a truncated data set because we didn't assess all grade levels that year. It was in every other grade level. And also, we didn't generate growth data because we didn't have all of the testing data from the previous year. So there is that noticeable gap in the middle. What is very, very interesting and exciting, and when I'm speaking to you folks, I don't often get really excited when I'm speaking to you, and I don't show a lot of emotion. But what's exciting is when you look at the progression from left to right, we love stairs. We also love climbing stairs. And as you see moving from left to right, we have a continual pattern of climbing stairs. Now this graphic represents the mean scale score. That's the average score from all of our students, and we're moving that bar up. This is an anomaly, which is why we ended up in the paper. It's an anomaly that we have kept that progress from pre-2020 to post-2020, which is a huge, huge celebration to our students, our staff, our parents, and our broader community. A very, very big celebration. Another thing you'll see in the news is the bars on the far right, which are mathematics. Mathematics, nationwide, statewide, has been highly impacted by changes in instructional delivery 2020, 2021. Math is really hard to learn on your own. Math is also something that's really hard for parents to pick up a book and provide instruction. So if there is a disruption in instruction, which we have seen, you're going to see that level of impact on your math scores. For us, again, you see that standard progression across 2020, which is really, really great news and really, really exciting for us in the land of data. The next graphic is our growth. Now, growth in Colorado is based on the Colorado Growth Model, which is an academic peer measure. In other words, it's not looking at a year's growth in a year's time. It's looking at your score versus other students who score similarly, how you progress in relation to those students. It's looking at an academic or a student-to-student comparison. So the state's eyes, anything between 35 and 65 is considered like normal growth. It's the middle of that bell curve. And their state line is 50. So anytime you're above 50 in the performance frameworks, you're going to be green. In our line of work in the performance framework, green is good. And so anything above 50 is something to celebrate, especially given our size. With our size of having this many students, we tend to regress to that median value of 50. So as an organization, if we're above that, and that shows our middle numbers above that, that's a really, really good sign. So not only is our achievement stair-stepping, but our academic growth based on academic peers is continuing to grow. So our students that are in lower proficiency are growing. Our students that are in the higher proficiencies are growing as well, which is a really, really good sign. The other thing that we really pay attention to is participation. And participation is really something that is of interest to us on a statistical standpoint, but also it gives us a hint on the level of engagement with assessment. We saw that with 2020 and coming out of 2020 into 2021, the level of participation dropped. There's a lot of reasons for that, and it dropped across the state. But what we're seeing now is we're seeing really kind of getting back to that normal state of assessing at a similar rate as before 2020, which is really a good sign. Our parents have the option to excuse their children from state testing. That's something that's codified in law. We encourage parents to have their students test because that gives us an idea, a window of opportunity to see how we're doing as an organization. A couple of things that I really want to focus in on is literacy. We have been spending a lot of time in our system with literacy, and the last few years we've brought core programs back to you. We're piloting a core program at our middle school right now. So we've really been spending a lot of time at our universal instruction across the board for all students, which is very, very exciting. And we've been offering training. There's just a few that are listed here. We'll continue to offer training, both isolated events and embedded staff development. We go out to schools and do observations, look for host classrooms, model classrooms within looking at new core programs, which is very, very exciting. We'll end up having many model classrooms in our school system. The feedback from our vendors has been really great with that. They've been a great partner with us in rolling that out. Our middle schools are piloting StudySync. That's a program that you all approved several years ago. This is a program that's really geared towards middle school students and getting them resources as well so that we can continue on with this literacy conversation. Now that we have a core program in elementary, what does this program look like in middle school? And so we're really, really excited about that. And we've introduced those two programs in 4 of our middle schools, and they're listed there. The other thing that we monitor is the READ Act. The READ Act is, we've had training the last couple of years with teacher training. We continue to monitor that in terms of our teachers. This data is several weeks old, and at that point we had 98% of our teachers that had already completed the training and had it added to their licenses. The new thing for training is now the state requires all of our administrators to be trained. So that'll be the next thing that we monitor, as well as training for our interventionists. That'll be the next thing that we'll train to watch and monitor over the next year. So next steps. We have quite a few next steps in our midst. First is you all have seen some iReady data from last spring. We're administering the beginning of the year iReady tests. That's something that'll be closed here in a few weeks. So that's currently underway. I should have access to the preliminary performance frameworks, which will be shared with you via memo as soon as I have a chance to be able to look at it and download it. We have scheduled another presentation in September to look back on last year's end of the year assessments for iReady. We will look at the end of the year assessments for all other assessments in October. So I'll be a frequent flyer to all of you to present all kinds of data. The last couple of things, the performance frameworks, we really don't know what that window looks like in terms of them being approved. There is a process of a request to reconsider. So depending on what the volume is at the state level, they may move that approval from November to December, even January. We'll keep you totally abreast of when that happens. And then once those are approved, I will come back and present those formally. You will have access to them preliminarily, but they really want us to keep that data internal until the state board says they are free to go publicly. And once that's done, once the state board says, yep, you can do it publicly, I will come back and give a full presentation on that as well. All right, with that, I will take questions.
Director, questions and comments for Mr. Reynolds? And security standby, he is very excited, so. Director Meek.
So first off, congratulations to our entire system. I mean, this really is amazing news as to how we've performed, and I've seen Mr. Reynolds very excited at the DAC meeting. And so I know the DAC members are really looking forward to digging into this a little bit more. Since I joined the board back in, late 2019, early 2020, I think we purchased core curriculum around that point in time. It was right when I started, so I'm trying to remember the progress of things. But from what I remember, core curriculum was purchased and it was aligned to the CMAS testing, and trainings happened, and a lot of work went into that. The READ Act training you mentioned. What I didn't hear you mention, like the summer learning opportunities that we were able to provide, using the ESSER dollars. We also had mental health supports for students. And I mean, so much goes into the infrastructure that was put in place and all of the hard work of teachers and everything to get these results. I'm wondering, are we able to kind of isolate how effective certain things may have been through that tumultuous time? Like, do we know the impact of summer learning? And is that an area where we would want to expand if we had dollars? So these results are so extraordinary, and what I'd love to know is, are we able to kind of trace the benefit of how we got there?
Excellent question. And as you mentioned, we did quite a few things at that time, and we continue to do many things. So let's go back to core programming for just a second. So we piloted core programs in several of our schools around the district, and we purchased 2 separate programs. We're in year 2 of that implementation. And to see really the full benefits of that new core program, it's probably too early for us to be able to truly correlate the program with performance. And I also think that programs are only as good as those who deliver. And so thinking about the professional development that has gone alongside those programs, one of the things that we will be monitoring this year is last year our focus was really about the instructional routines regarding these programs. These programs, there's a lot to them. They have many parts, many components. And last year, we're trying to phase that out so people didn't get overwhelmed with the programs. So this year, we're going to continue with the instructional routines, but we're also going to look at specific components. So one of those components is intervention. So the intervention programs that are associated with these programs, we're going to spend some dedicated time to truly roll those things out to our intervention specialists, to special education teachers, EL teachers, into those different groups of folks. So that's one thing. The other thing that we're going to be looking at, which is really getting to the point of the question you asked, is now that we've had a chance to dig in with those programs, is to look at the assessments that are within those programs, to truly look at how students are performing along the way with those units of instruction, and that will give us a pretty good window to see how they're performing on those units as compared to the state testing and iReady. So we'll have a better sense of that this year.
Other directors? Director Ray.
Yeah, I just wanted to also echo Director Meek's statements, and I really appreciated Mr. Reynolds' just the notion that this isn't just a one-year kind of celebration. Yeah. When we look at the graphs, and you talked about the stair steps, that's what we want to see is over a longer period of time. And I think what this really reflects too is that when we remain focused on something, we do some pretty incredible things. Because I was kind of doing the whole reminiscing that Director Meek was doing, and I was finding way back in in 2018, the board in their in statements started by saying we want aligned curriculum. Dr. Tucker came in, one of his big rocks was literacy. Superintendent Wise and Superintendent Kane has continued that focus on literacy and professional learning communities. So I think we have to be, we want to celebrate, but we want to celebrate the longevity of the progress as opposed to just saying this year is an anomaly. It's not. It's because of all the work that's gone on for 4 or 5 years. I think the other thing we should celebrate is the anomaly of what happened in 2020 when we didn't see the learning loss that other districts and across the nation saw. And I think that gave us a leg up to be able to see how we can recover so quickly after that horrific period of time. And so I think there's a lot of different conditions, and I kind of like Director Meek's encouraging us to tease some things out. But certainly I think common curriculum, aligned curriculum, the staff development that's been done that you've described, all those things add up to this huge amount of success. The only thing that I'm hearing from our leaders and I just wanted to see if that's something you've noticed so far, is it's the writing area that seems to be an area that we still need work and focus on. And I think that what I'm hearing is, like you said, there's so much to those programs that we purchased, but it sounds like the writing component is not as strong as we'd like it. So I'm just wondering if you have any initial observations around what are those things that maybe we should pay attention to to continue the stair steps?
Yeah, great. Thank you very much for the question. Writing certainly is something that has historically shown up in our data as an area of weakness for us as a district. Written expression in ELA, reasoning and modeling in math, which is really an opportunity for students to write about their own thinking. Those are an area of focus for us, specifically looking at these core programs to say, is the writing program within these enough? Is it enough for us to just use what's in those programs? Now, the writing in these programs is different, and so that's part of the training as well. It's an integrated approach to writing, so it's not a separate program. So part of our professional development this year will be talking specifically about how to utilize the resources for teaching writing.
And my follow-up comment would just be if the data that we have to show that our teachers deserve to have this MLO pass so we can show gratification, appreciation for what they have done. I mean, I don't know a stronger way for us to convey that to our community than this data to show that in spite of the weak compensation system, our people still rose to the occasion and did some incredible things. So I think there's a theme here that we can use this to message out. This is why we need to pass that MLO for our employees. So that's just a side statement to plug the MLO. So, but thank you, Mr. Reynolds.
Other directors? Yeah, I'd just like to thank Mr. Reynolds. As I was digging back into the origins of science and reading, it's been something that not only was informed by data, we know it worked in other districts before it was brought in here. I've really been impressed. We watched the video last board meeting around Retopia, the science of reading for our students with special needs implementation and other things. And we heard previous briefs from advocates for students with dyslexia. And the fact that it is addressing all of our students, and we're seeing that growth across the board is just really impressive, how it's been able to be a rising tide to lift all boats. I was also very impressed with the focus on PLCs, professional learning communities, as a catalyst. Now that, like you said, we've got the nuts and bolts and the programmatic learning down, translating that into organizational learning and the sharing of best practices, not just in literacy, but not just within feeders, but among feeders. And you're doing everything right to keep that really hard growth bubbles, which, as you say, entropy will take over and they'll reset to the mean. I think the district and specifically the staff, led by yourself in learning services, to make the smart selections, to roll out a program this big in a district, this huge, and get all the compliance done, get it in place and rolled out in what is actually relatively a short time. I mean, it's pretty impressive. So thank you. My last comment will be my fear around the MLO, continuing this work, and to echo some of the comments that Director Ray just made. This becomes unsustainable, certainly from growth first and then achievement, if we are condensing our classrooms because we refuse to build new schools. We refuse to retain teachers. And the only way you keep this ship running, in my mind, and the staff can certainly talk to this over the next few months, is if we don't get these things passed. Look at the bus drivers. We went from 60 down last year and we still made it run. Thank you, Mr. Cosgrove. But once you get down 100, now we're into rolling blackouts. Sustaining this incredible amount of success may be near impossible if we can't attract and retain the staff that we had that made this possible and provide proper learning environments in terms of our schools. If we're consolidating, if class sizes are going up, if the workload for our teachers is going up, they worked so hard to get this done. I just fear it may not be sustainable. So to use a Navy term, Bravo Zulu, you guys can look it up online, see what it means. It's not profane. It means job well done, and that's what I have to offer to you and your staff, so thank you. Director Williams.
Just another opportunity to love on all of our educators. They work super hard, and I am so appreciative of all the work that all of our staff does, but those who touch our kids every day, especially. This is a testament to what you are doing for us and for our future. So thank you very much.
Director Meek.
Just to let all of you know, next Thursday evening, the DAC has its UIP special session. I typically would attend that, but I'm going to be out of town next week, so I don't know if anyone else is hungry for a data-rich evening. Matt did give a little hint, and we don't have it in this presentation, but not only do you see this stair-stepping here, it really follows through our subgroups of students, which is really impressive, and I'm sure you're going to be diving into that next week. So thank you again.
Final shot, any directors? All right, thank you, Mr. Reynolds. Thank you. We'll move into item number 23, and then after this, I'll propose that we take a brief recess before moving into policy governance. So item number 23, consideration of student advisory group, the SAG recommendations. And the recommendation is that the board consider directing staff to explore honors weighting and and financial literacy. So basically, not a long discussion here. We've got multiple presentations from the DAC at the end of last year. We discussed this at the retreat this summer. This is really to provide some type of formal direction by the board as a group of 7 to the superintendent and staff to officially kick off a exploration and assessment of those 2 items, proposals individually, and then come back to the board at a later date with a summary of that assessment and then recommendations on whether to move forward with honors weighting. And for folks that are following along at home, that would mean a 4.5 scale for honors courses. And then the other one would be consideration of financial literacy or competency as a graduation requirement district-wide for all our students to add that. Other surrounding districts have it. We have some courses, but it's not compulsory. So with that, unless someone else has some proposed language, I'd like to offer some proposed language for a motion to kick it off, and then we could have discussion. Director Ray, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm trying to decide if I should wait till after your motion or not, but I think, first of all, I'm truly grateful that we're looking at taking the students' recommendations to another level. I think that's huge, and I know they'll feel really affirmed for that as well. As you've heard me talk about before, though, too, is that some of these themes, we've had staff already do explorations and analysis, and so I want to be careful that, every 4 years you don't come back and say, okay, we want another exploration. And so I dug in a little bit deeper on the weighted honors courses to really look at the analysis that was done in 2017. And if you haven't gotten the document, I can't recall if we all got it or not. I think Superintendent Kane sent it, but it really is well done in terms of not only looking at us and our principals' perspectives, but also looking at universities in terms of what they recognize and what they desire and whether or not they require weighted courses or not. So it's I think a really well done document. I think the things as I look through there that could be explorable or built upon. One is, I think we ought to talk to the teachers of honors and AP classes, because we've done a nice job, and we certainly have heard from principals their concerns with weighted honors classes, but I think it would be good for us to talk with those that teach the class and begin that analysis there. I think also we want to do more of an in-depth study in terms of the districts that are doing this, as far as, learning from them. Because we know Jeffco does it, we know that Cherry Creek does it, we know Littleton does it. But I think it would be helpful to get more in depth with those districts to understand, what are the pros and cons of weighing those honors classes. I think talking to students last night was pretty fascinating. Too, something I didn't realize that honors classes, and it's because I'm not a secondary guy, but honors classes primarily are taken in 9th and 10th grade, and oftentimes are seen kind of as almost a precursor to AP classes, so that when students get those honors classes in, then they're really encouraged, or they've had the confidence then to move on into the AP classes. So I think it'd be interesting to see if there's a correlation, because to me, that would also maybe give us some reason to look at weighing those if we know that it's motivating more students to take more rigorous type classes that ultimately give them an edge in being admitted into a university. So I guess I would just be careful with our motion that we don't have staff start from ground zero, that maybe we can build upon the analysis that was done on 2017 and really look at what needs to be further explored, would be my recommendation. It was also interesting to hear from our kids who really, although our principals are concerned about a GPA racing kind of issue and the inconsistencies of how honor classes are delivered between schools. There's not a common assessment. That's our principals' concerns. Our students' concerns are whether or not they're as competitive as their peers in other districts. And I think we need to take a hard listen to that, because our students are saying, I want the edge. I want to be able to be competitive with other districts, students that come from other districts. So I think that to me is worthy of us continuing the exploration. So those are just some initial thoughts I have.
Yeah, and I agree with all of them. I would assume the superintendent and staff would build upon previous stuff and not start from scratch, especially since we discussed it at the summer retreat. And certainly, I would think any assessment that would come with us would compare all those factors that you said. However, I am cognizant that we have some priorities, other priorities. So if I offer the recommendation here and we can wordsmith it, it's merely to get this officially kicked off. But to your point, Director Ray, I have no desire to do an assessment followed by a cyclical assessment, followed by a cyclical assessment. I think really the cherry on the sundae is when they complete this assessment and come back to the board and make a recommendation that we honor, as you said, I like the word, our student voice. And if the recommendation warrants, we don't know that's why we're doing an assessment. But if it does make sense, I would highly encourage the board to, to go with the recommendation if it is to weight the courses, or if it is for financial literacy. But I think we should definitively act. I'll go to Director Meek, then Superintendent Kane on some comments.
Sure, I just had a question. Has the SAG had an opportunity to see that memo and respond to it? I wasn't sure.
Yeah, they had this analysis.
They started with it. Okay.
Before they presented to us, yeah.
Superintendent Kane.
Thank you, not to pile on, but also a lot has changed in college admission practices from 2017 to 2023. So I just think that's an interesting factor as well.
Okay, if I may offer the motion. The motion would be that the Board of Education directs the superintendent to initiate during the 2023-2024 school year an assessment of the effect of honors class GPA weighting and addition of financial literacy as a graduation requirement, comma, building upon any previous exploration, comma, and provide a summary of the assessment and staff recommendation for each proposal once the assessment is complete. So it's intentionally, that's the end of the motion. It's intentionally open-ended to allow the superintendent and staff to start, prioritize this work in, but definitely get it kicked off this year. But I didn't want to put an end on it based on the workload and everything around Bond Mill and what may fall out from that and other things going on in the district. But I did want to honor that voice and get it started. So, and I can repeat the motion if you need.
If I can make a friendly amendment that we break up the motion, Director Peterson, for honors classes separate from a motion for the financial literacy, just because I think there's some, I also want to give a little bit of history of financial literacy as well. And I think they're two different projects. So I think it would simplify things if we could focus on one and then focus on the other.
Yeah, just bifurcate those. So with the friendly amendment, just be basically making the exact same recommendation, but in one only stating assessment and the effect of honors class weighting, rest of the motion, second separate motion to an assessment of the effect of the addition of financial literacy as a graduation requirement, and just break them into two separate motions. Is that what you're proposing?
Yes, thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. So we'll stick with the first one, a motion, and I'll just read it. The Board of Education directs the superintendents to initiate during the 2023-2024 school year an assessment of the effects of honors class GPA weighting building upon any previous exploration, and provide a summary of the assessment and staff recommendation for the proposal once the assessment is complete. The second motion would basically be the same thing, but substituting the addition of financial literacy. Do I have a second for the first motion?
I'll second the first motion.
Okay, motion by Peterson, a second by Ray on the first motion. I would make the second motion identical, but substituting the words addition of financial literacy as a graduation requirement and provide a summary of the assessment and staff recommendation for the proposal once the assessment is complete. Yeah, well, we can do the first one first. All right, discussion on the first one, the honors class weighting GPA. Motion by myself, seconded by Director Ray. No discussion. Director Myers.
And I think part of what maybe Director Ray and I will do along with the SAG, and you can let me know if and this came up in the academic excellence group, that they understand whether we relay it and go through these motions, resolutions, that this is a little bit of a long term. They might not be able to see something, 2024, but I think if they know they're working towards something that we're going to put, those kids are very flexible, and if they see that we truly are working on something, they'll, we relay that. And maybe we have Superintendent Kane, anyone else, Mr. Windsor maybe come and just talk about how this works.
Thank you, Director Myers. Any other discussion on the first motion regarding GPA weighting? I will take the roll. Director Meek.
Aye.
Myers.
Aye.
Page.
Aye.
Peterson, aye. Ray.
Aye.
Williams.
Aye.
Weininger.
Aye.
Passed 7-0. We'll now take up second motion. We do not have a second for it yet, but it is Board of Education directs the superintendent to initiate during 2023-2024 school year an assessment of the addition of financial literacy as a graduation requirement, building upon any previous exploration, and provide a summary of the assessment and staff recommendation for the proposal once the assessment is complete. Do I have a second?
Second.
I'll take Director Page as a second. Any discussion on that motion?
Yeah.
Director Ray.
So just on a clarification, and I failed to go back and look at our SAG presentation on this. I don't know if the ask was a additional graduation requirement in financial literacy. And so that's one of the things that's swirling in my head. We did back in, again, 2017, I think it was, I think Superintendent Kane was the interim, we did a financial literacy exploratory group that was made up of citizens. And they came back again with some recommendations about what a good financial program, what the elements of a quality financial program would look like. I think where we got, where we stopped with that is just the analysis around cost, and also the whole notion of messing with graduation requirements is a huge ask to be looking at. And so what I've heard from the students, and certainly the students I talked with last night, is they weren't looking for a graduation requirement as much as it being embedded into things like their advisory period or other areas of their day. Because I think they would be, and certainly I heard from students last night that I think they would be very concerned about adding an additional graduation requirement. So I'm a little concerned that our motion is about that, as opposed to really trying to seek to understand what the current status is. Like you said, Director Peterson, we have personal financial literacy is an elective course that some schools have. We don't know. I don't know how many take advantage of that. I don't know how many high schools. So it seems to me that our ask of staff might be just to get a current status of where financial literacy is, as opposed to exploring the whole graduation issue, because I think that's a lot more complex.
Yeah, and I concur that this year's recommendation, they were looking at potentially using it in contact time in the beginning of the day, and they were proposing all different things. But I'm reaching back to the previous year's SAC recommendations, which was, as I recall, looking at it for financial, or looking at it as a graduation requirement in a little bit of my sense, you and Director Myers would know better than I, that they kind of tempered it back this year to, well, maybe we'll just look at it as an offering because maybe it was a bridge too far. Personally, I'd like to see the recommendation stand, and if the motion stand, and if the staff comes back and says, look, we'll cull this for you. Graduation requirement, bridge too far, hypothetically, but here's what we would recommend, either increasing the elective, 2 different courses focusing on different things, whatever, better integration to bridge, or whatever it is, or we'll look at the recommendation, but I would actually like them to look at the full requirement, because if it turns out that actually this is doable, we've looked at what other districts have done, we think we can fit that in, and if that's the recommendation, I wouldn't put the bar lower than that in the assessment, knowing that we will listen to and honor what the recommendation of staff comes back with. And frankly, in terms of community engagement, it's one of the things I've heard ever since I was a director, comments about, wow, I'm amazed that that's not a graduation requirement here in DCSD with the current phone generation, et cetera, that this is just a skill for independent living, regardless of which track you pick from our pathways. So just a thought, open for other board directors' comments or discussion. Director Myers.
And I will actually concur with Director Ray. That's exactly what the kids got across to me last night. Not a requirement. And this was just in the small academic excellence group. They just really felt a need, just a need to somehow, and maybe this would be part of in their group, I don't know, in the academic excellence, how they can get that across in a school. If maybe they might have some suggestions. I don't know, but they just felt the financial literacy, and I asked them particularly questions that they wanted to know about financial literacy, and it's a need for these guys. So.
Director Ray.
I'm struggling with this one because I don't think it. I hear that you pulled it from the year before SAG, but I think for us to close the loop with our SAG group this year that presented this to us, it seems like a big leap to say, well, the board not only heard you that you want more financial literacy experiences, but we're going to explore, putting that as a graduation requirement. And I understand not wanting to lessen the standard, but I just think for our staff's sake, I think we need to start small and really get a clear status first. And I do think that because we have cycled around again where we have talked about this, and I think everybody can validate the need. I don't think that's up for question. I think we all see the need and the concern, but I'm not necessarily in agreement with the motion, I guess.
Okay. Would a modification of the motion to read, assess the effect of additional financial literacy programs and provide a summary of the assessment, would that be softer because it just says look at additional programs? They may elect or may not elect then to look at graduation requirements, but certainly look at programs to start off. Would that be more, do you think, in line with what this year's SAG intended?
Yeah, I think, yes. I think in some ways they did intend for additional opportunities. So I think that would be more authentic. I think for our staff's sake, I think it would be that we start with what do we know right now? What is the current status of our financial literacy experiences right now? I think that'd be a good, big first step to accomplish. We did that with literacy, as a matter of fact. When I was reminiscing about when we started this whole notion of focus on literacy, we assessed what elementary schools were doing, what were the programs they were using, what were the instructional models they were following, and I think that was a really good foundational step before we jumped to the next and said, okay, now we want to look at increasing, or now we want to look at a requirement. So I would even whittle it down further and just say that we would direct our superintendent to explore the current status of financial literacy. And I think that would be sufficient for our students to know that, yeah, we heard you enough to say we're going to really look into that to see where things stand in our 5 high schools. So.
Director Williams.
Yeah, I think we just approved a resolution or an ask or motion for a big project on weighted grades. And so I'm actually in favor of doing what Director Ray and Director Myers are saying and just lessen it, because I do think we have to take into consideration the amount of work we put on the staff. And I think the weighted grades is going to be a big ask.
Superintendent Kane, do you have any comments on, we already passed the motion on the weighted grades. Do you have any comments about the ask around financial literacy?
So I think that the board could consider that you don't have to do everything in one motion. So perhaps you start with a current state, and then when the current state is provided, should the board require additional research or recommendations from staff, that could be a motion at that time, would be a consideration.
Okay, I can withdraw the motion and would make a replacement motion based on that. So I will hereby withdraw my motion, and the replacement motion would be the Board of Education directs the superintendent to initiate during the 2023 school year an assessment of the current state of financial literacy in the district and provide a summary of the assessment once it is complete.
Second.
As stated by myself, now seconded, sorry, I've got multiple notes here, seconded by Meek. Thank you. Without further discussion, I will call the roll. Director Meek?
Did you have discussion?
No.
Oh, aye. Aye.
Director Myers?
Aye.
Page?
Aye.
Peterson, aye. Ray?
Aye.
Williams?
Aye.
Weininger?
Aye.
Motion stated passed 7-0. And if there is no, go ahead, Director Ray.
Just while we're on this agenda item regarding student requests, just a reminder that our students also requested that we consider a standalone policy on workforce readiness. Although it's legally, we met the criteria in another policy where it's embedded, our students really felt like that it didn't, their presentation was that it really didn't go into specifics about what should we be doing with sixth graders, what should we be doing with eighth graders, what should we be doing with 10th graders. And so just a reminder that that was also a policy that I think we gave them feedback that we would look into. And then the second one that has been lingering is this whole notion of student reporting. And we heard it again tonight about a process for when a student has a concern. And if you remember, 2 years ago, we had a student that gave us a very detailed process of how a student would get a concern addressed. And we haven't, I don't know where we are with that. I know it's been in different places because we try to parallel it with the adults and the parents. But anyway, I just think that's another one that is really urgent for our kids, because we heard that last night in our mental health group, subgroup, that they're not clear how they should go about reporting a concern when there is a racial attack or when there is something where they're being treated indifferently. And so again, I just think that's another one that we ought to feel a sense of urgency to respond to.
Yeah, and if I could ask you and Director Myers to go back in the SAG, because again, I don't think we want to do 4 tonight, but if you can re-engage with them, telling them we haven't forgot about those recommendations. If we can get an update and a relative prioritization, that's something we may be able to get on for a later date to consider. Or it may even be something that we just add as area focus to get some clarity or an update. But I do remember sitting through that presentation. I think it was up at Thunder Ridge, or it was very well thought out.
Yeah, and the only thing it would remind us is that the subgroups don't carry over from year to year, so they're always new kids. So we really can't re-engage with that group. So I think Director Myers and I have enough of the presentation that we could help with another agenda item in the future, just like we did tonight, to discuss possible direction.
Superintendent Kane.
I just also wanted to mention that part of staff's presentation in September will include reporting structures for students.
Excellent. So we may already be ahead of the game there. Okay. Without exception, if we could take a 10-minute recess and reconvene at 1:15. Thank you. Education will come back to order. We are now on item number 24 under Policy Governance, proposed revisions to policy ADF student wellness, and this is the third reading. If you can bring it up. Thank you, Mr. Blair. So directors, this is something we're on a third reading. I believe Director Ray, you had some concerns on the second reading just to check some things. So this is something that actually carried over from last year. Again, small amount of changes, which I understand to be based on some statute language changes. But with that, we will open it up to directors for any. The recommendation is that the Board of Education approve the revisions to policy to board policy ADF student wellness. Director Ray.
Yeah, I think my concerns were just they were alleviated when you look at ADF-R, the regulatory policy. I know that legal did an analysis as well and provided that too. So I think that's probably the reassurance for me, is to know that all the I's are dotted and T's are crossed when you put those two policies side by side.
Other directors, comments, concerns? I'd like to thank Council Klemesh for the thorough legal review of both this policy and ADR and reacting to the previous board concerns. So I am happy with it. And unless there's further discussion, I will entertain a motion around approval of policy ADF student wellness as presented. Do I have a motion?
Motion to approve policy ADF as presented.
Motion from Williams. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second from Myers. Without further discussion, I will take the roll. Director Meek?
Aye.
Director Myers?
Aye.
Page?
Aye.
Peterson, aye. Ray?
Aye.
Williams?
Aye.
Weiniger?
Aye.
Passed by a vote of 7-0. Now moving to item number 25, proposed revisions to policy BEDH. Thank you, Mr. Blair. Public participation at school board meetings. The recommendation is that the board consider adopting the proposed revisions to policy BEDH, public participation at school board meetings. Mr. Blair, do we have can you go down to where the actual red line is? Or maybe just make it a little bit, thank you. So not a lot of significant changes, just the red line area. This is something that I brought up at the summer retreat. And really the intent here was to prevent chaining of comments. What I saw last year and observed is the person running public comment is we would get individuals that would sign up for themselves, their husband, their aunt, their hamster, and then we would get this just chaining where speakers were allotted 2 minutes and one speaker would basically take 8 minutes, not reading a 2-minute comment for themselves, a 2-minute comment for someone else, but we would get this daisy chaining of comments, which I thought was not being affording everyone the equal opportunity to speak based on the number of speakers there. We did briefly discuss anonymity during the board retreat, whether that would be good or not. We heard multiple speakers speak tonight on it. I did receive personally as a director not a huge number of emails, but a significant number of emails, people asking around anonymity. And when we look at that, it says, and by the way, just as a note here, the top of the paragraph that has the red in it, we haven't, and that's on me, we haven't actually been enforcing our own existing policy. People are identified by name, but they haven't been providing their city or town of residence. It's something we could take up here for a discussion in a second, whether we should strike that or should enforce it. It should probably be one or the other. However, it does, the changes are to indicate whether you're speaking for yourself, another named individual, and we could modify that to be another individual and just leave out name. That would allow for anonymous comments or a group. Again, the intent here was not to strike anonymous comments. Each speaker, the key part here is each speaker will be afforded the ability to speak once during public comment for the time allotted, and you may not cede or combine time. So really this is, if we have a person that wants to speak on their behalf, please do so. Identify speaking on behalf. If we have someone who wants to deliver a comment on behalf of someone else, feel free to do so, but you're not going to deliver a comment for you and deliver a comment for someone else and deliver a comment for a group, just to kind of prevent the chaining. So I thought I would offer that as an explanation of the intent of the changes. And with that, I'll open it up to any other discussion before we take motions. Director Williams.
Yeah, I think after listening to our community that we should probably reconsider the whole anonymous comments. I think that really the biggest issue for all of us, at least from what I understood during the board retreat, was that it was more about the consecutive minutes and reading for this person and that person, and one person reads for 6 people in an evening. So I think this eliminates that. So I actually am completely fine with taking out the word named individual so that people have the opportunity to do that. And then also I would strike the city or town of residence. I don't really know that that matters.
Other director comments, questions? Director Ray.
Yeah, I would concur with Director Williams. I was surprised to see that in there because I know when we did have our discussion at the retreat, we really just wanted to focus in on the stringing of comments. Right. And I agree that I have firsthand experience of teachers not wanting to give their name to address a concern because of just there's still that fear. And so I think we do need to hear from as many perspectives as we can, and I don't think we want to limit that by causing someone fear to actually present their name. So I'm in concurrence with Director Williams on removing the word named. And as far as city, town, or residents, I mean, I know we ask that information when we have people sign up for public comment. So I think it's there if we ever need to reference it. So I don't see that it needs to be restated during the actual public comment.
Yeah, and that was going to be my comment, Director Ray. Thank you for pointing that out. The public comment sign-up sheet has a mandatory field which requires city, state of residence, an address. Obviously, we don't put that out during public meeting for some other concerns, but I'm happy with, as both have suggested, striking the word named and striking the phrase city or town of residence. So it would be identify themselves by name and whether they are speaking for themselves. Any other comments or questions or concerns around the proposed revision of this policy? Director Page.
So on the BFA board, we actually had the ability to people to send in anonymous comments, and the board secretary would read them. So it eliminated anyone else from having to read it. That person read it, and to their credit, many of those comments were directed at them specifically, and they still read them. So I would offer myself up as someone wants to send an anonymous comment. As a board director, I would read that for them and eliminate any worry about anyone else having to speak anonymously. If they're willing to type it out, I'd be happy to be the speaker of the day and eliminate even having that issue.
Yeah, just to respond to that, I actually would not be in favor of that, because if a board member, even if they are not delivering our opinions or words, even if we're reading an anonymous by someone else, I think that carries a separate weight coming from the dais. At first, I thought you were talking about the assistant board secretary, Ms. Brockman, reading those, and I would not want to put that burden on her. My personal opinion as one director is you don't have to appear physically. There was a discussion last year about it since we went back and we're ending COVID isolation, should we even allow remote comment? There was a lot of public comment that said, no, we want to maintain remote comment, so we maintained it. So you have the ability to give comment remotely. You don't even have to see your face. You can come in person. You can read on for yourself, for a group. You can read for another, if this were to pass. And remember, public comment's not the only means. You can call the board assistant secretary. We've had voicemails. We've had emails. We've had physical letters. I had just had one tonight sitting on my spot. So there is a multiple of avenues, but I would actually be against a board member reading anonymously for constituents, because I just think that would be putting a thumb on the scale for that particular comment. Other director comments? I think you had your hand up, Director Ray.
I concur with you, Director Peterson.
Wow, gonna write that down. That was short. Mr. Blair, if you would please timestamp the. Any other director? Yeah. Any other director comments or concerns with the proposed policy revision? Okay, I'll entertain a motion. Director Williams, if you would actually like to make it, because I think you're the one that identified the changes.
Motion, yeah, thank you. Motion to approve BEDH with the following amendments: that we would take out the word named, where it just says another individual or a group, and then also strike city or town of residence.
So the motion I have is to approve policy BEDH as presented with the following changes. In the fourth paragraph, to strike out the phrase city or town of residence, and in the following line, the third line of the fourth paragraph, to strike out the word named. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Okay, moved by Williams, seconded by Page. Without further discussion, I will call we do have further discussion. Director Ray.
Just one point of clarification for our public. We do have this labeled as first reading, and certainly by policy, when we're revising existing policies, we are able to approve in a first reading without a second reading. So just to have that clarity for our public.
Yep, thank you, Director Ray. Without further discussion, I will take the roll on the motion. Director Meek?
Aye.
Director Myers?
Aye.
Director Page?
Aye.
Peterson, aye. Director Ray?
Aye.
Williams?
Aye.
Weiniger?
Aye.
Changes are passed 7-0 and will be in effect starting at the next meeting with public comment. Moving to item number 26, proposed revisions to policy KE, public concerns and complaints. The recommendation is the Board of Education consider adopting proposed changes to board policy KE, public concerns and complaints. Thank you for bringing that up, Mr. Blair, and I will start with the superintendent as the proposed changes come from the staff. Superintendent Kane.
Thank you, President Peterson. I would like to clarify staff's intent in proposing changes to KE. It was not staff's intent at all to have any wholesale changes or have this be a wholesale review of KE. What this proposed change is actually motivated by is some of what we're seeing in other districts across Colorado are people from outside the district, in fact, outside Colorado, that are filing a public complaint specifically about resources. Every time we receive a complaint about a learning resource, it's a pretty significant process to go through. And so to have to do that when that complaint is coming from outside of our community would be incredibly burdensome. So the recommendation here from staff was intended to just say that concerns and complaints regarding our district can be made by those members of our district, parents, guardians, community members that are in our district, or send their kids to our schools. We did hear in public comment about that maybe employees isn't appropriate in KE because there is a separate policy for employee complaints, and I think that's fine. But anyway, I wanted to make sure that everyone understood the motivation behind the recommendation here.
And if you can briefly talk to one other comment that was made in public comment. there was a concern that students weren't included in here, but I believe scheduled for September, we have an update on, in fact, Director Ray even mentioned it earlier, we have a separate track for students, and I think we're going to get an update on that progress there. So my understanding is the staff recommended changes to this intentionally were not intended to include students. Is that accurate?
Yes, that is correct. Eventually, we will have a policy that's separate specifically for our students.
Okay, and last point of clarification, were you suggesting that we strike the word employee from the list of stakeholders, or I'm not sure if that was a formal recommendation you were making or just an offhand comment?
No, I don't think I'm prepared to make the recommendation to strike employees. I don't think it takes away from anything, but should there be some kind of learning resource complaint, employees are members of the community. So while there is a separate process for a similar policy for employees, I don't think it removes anything from this.
Okay, thank you for the background and the clarification. Opening it up to board directors for comments, concerns, questions on the proposed changes. Director Meek, then Director Ray.
This might be for Superintendent Kane. Would there be a reason not to include students if it really is around, learning resources, et cetera?
I'll take the question directed to Superintendent Kane, and I'm not in any way giving legal advice. I'm just raising some thoughts that might be considered. And one differentiator between a parent and a student is that in most instances, students are minors whose parents kind of speak on their behalves with respect to their concerns when we have certain issues, although we certainly recognize that our SAY committee is a voice, the collective voice for getting information from our students. There may be other avenues for students to bring their concerns forward, as Superintendent Kane has advise the board that we're looking at those kinds of avenues for students so that from the perspective of policy development, the more avenues you have or alternative avenues for raising input or gathering input, I think sometimes it can be confusing to students. We have definite vehicles for students to bring concerns related to, for example, bullying, harassment, concerns like that already exist within our J policies, as well as other policies, and notification is provided to students in that regard. So it certainly was not the intention to exclude students by nature of these revisions, but to provide some clarity for having stakeholders within our community be the focus of having a vehicle for bringing complaints forward, and interested parties in what the school district is doing.
Thank you, Council Klemesh. Director Ray.
I appreciate that, but I think I differ a little bit with regards to the purpose of this policy. This policy to me really is the launching policy that really says that we do respect that there are public complaints and concerns that need to be addressed in some manner. And I think what the spirit of this policy really is pointing towards is kind of that sequence of events that you always go to that point of origin. The person that is most closely related to the concern you have is where you begin. And I think that's really the intent of this policy. So I really think we should have students in here because until we do have those policies that really delineate what students are to do and what parents are to do, I just think this is a good launching pad for all other policies that may come our way that we actually identify sequence. So I would advocate that students be included in this because because the way I read it, it feels like we are excluding them as individuals who may have criticism or concerns, but even more importantly, for them to see you begin with that point of origin where the concern began. So that would be my reaction. The other question I have, I understand the caution and I appreciate staff's insights in preventing us from hearing from people that are beyond our community. I'm trying to make sure that we haven't excluded those parents and students who are not district residents, because we certainly open enroll families outside of our district boundaries who are not district residents. And so I think it covers that by saying district parents and guardians. I think we can assume from that, if you have a child in our district, that you're a district parent. But I just want to make sure, just to clarify, that we do have parents that are not district residents that should also have the right to come and address. And this policy's been kind of the driving policy for us because we really haven't had other policies that have delineated the complaint process. So I think we have to be careful that we don't modify it in anticipation of another policy happening, that we need to make sure that we have it said tonight that we welcome all these people to come and address the board.
Yeah, I understand your concern, Director Ray, and I to the point of my concern when I first read the proposed revisions was around, did we leave any stakeholders out? And the only one, again, I think that district parent/guardians clause makes sure that those that choice in from wherever is included. I mean, to the point where if there was a grandparent of a student that lived on the Eastern Seaboard and had a concern, I would welcome that call, right? They're a family member. But we just want to avoid the deluge of outside entities which really aren't concerned with, in my opinion, the management of DCSD and are just pushing some agenda which is out there and eliminate that burden on staff. I also, you're making a compelling case for, we're working on some student pathways, but until they are formalized, it may be good to have a placeholder. And once we have a formalization and approval and everything, maybe we go and remove students on a future iteration. I don't know, back to your point, the core of this policy is start closest to the issue and work up, in the military, what we would call the chain of command that culminates in the Board of Education. We didn't touch any of that, but I think until we have another specific avenue that's delineated or specific to students, knowing Mr. Blair, if you would please scroll down, we already denote there are all types of off-ramps when you start down this policy, right? If it is a Title IX issue, if it is, sorry, Mr. Blair, if you go back up, just the whole listing of all the J policies, you may start here and you may find yourself quickly redirected that, okay, this is a ACR1 non-discrimination or an equal opportunity thing. That's going to take precedence. But as a starting point, I would be amenable to adding student to the list of stakeholders. So constructive criticism from students, employees, district parents. Second paragraph, grievances from students, employee, parents. And then the first, second, third, fourth, concerns and complaints for students, basically universally adding the word students in prior to employees in the stakeholder group. Superintendent Kane, then Director Meek.
I just wanted to say that staff doesn't have any issue with that. Thank you.
Thank you. Director Meek.
Yeah, that's great. I was just going to say, I feel extremely strongly it belongs in there and it should stay in even later. I think they're a key stakeholder group. I think research demonstrates elevating student voice is essential. And I think not having it in here would be a problem. I would love to think of other ways to elevate student voice even. Other boards, well, we do the student advisory group, which is great, but I'll stop talking because I think we're all on the same page.
Yeah, and what I would anticipate simply is if there is a further student-specific means or two that's developed by staff and brought forward to the board, if they're approved, they would probably just be added to KE under some form of the J policy and say, oh, by the way, if you meet these criteria, there's a special policy for you. But to start here, back to Director Ray's comments, I think this is the foundational way the public starts. And I don't know, I literally have a cut and paste word thing that when I get an email per policy KE, and I send that often in a reply in emails to concerned parents, because it is a good starting point. Director Meek.
Yeah, one other. I do notice we say motivated by a sincere desire to improve the quality. Is there a way that we gauge sincere desire? Like, I'm just curious, which then kind of leads to the tracking piece, which we heard from public commenter, you know, on how we are actually able to track how we're doing. This is something, since I joined this board, has been a topic of conversation. And so 2 questions. If you have any thoughts on how we guide whether something is a sincere desire, and also how we track.
Yeah, I believe sincerity's objective. I believe it's just to state the intent that if we get something that's obviously flippant, that's a complaint that is not, you know, intended to improve, I will trust the staff's discretion to handle that appropriately. I don't have a problem with the word sincere. I am concerned about putting any type of mandated tracking or accountability in this master policy because it's foundational. I think that's something that we should further discuss as a board and specifically get input from the staff because I am, as one director, concerned with, and I think we've had this discussion a couple times in short before when we get into the tracking and the value and the amount of burden we're putting on the staff at this time. But I would love to come back and maybe revisit that either later this school year or some other time. But I'm really concerned about adding
Yeah,
it.
it doesn't fit in the policy.
Yeah, in this policy.
I was just raising
Okay.
it because it's something that we have heard time and time again. And I think when our community doesn't hear us speak to things like that, they don't feel heard. And when they don't see any kind of action happening, they don't feel heard. And so I think it is something that is worth discussing. I know we've had presentations from community members on it. I know we've had lots of ideas. And I think it's an area that we could build trust if we actually moved forward in that arena.
Yeah, it may be something to add to the focus group that yourself and Director Williams are looking at this year is an additional topic or exploration. And certainly I know that staff is, as was mentioned earlier, we've had some presentation on the progress of the student tracks and feedback, and that may be something else to think about, but I certainly wouldn't mandate it in the policy, as you noted. Other directors' comments, concerns? Director Ray?
Yeah, again, I respect that this wasn't intended to be a comprehensive review of this particular policy, but a couple of things. One is I would have no problem removing the word sincere. I don't think it lessens the policy to simply say they're motivated by a desire to improve the quality. I don't think we need to value that, whether that's sincere or not. The other thing I think I would just point out is the last paragraph of this policy talks about when there's concerns or complaints about individual board members, that it should begin by addressing the individual board member as appropriate. And I don't feel like we're doing a very good job when you look at tonight. Certainly Director Meek was the target. Sometimes it's Director Peterson. For two years it was Director Ray. But I think we ought to enforce this policy in terms of making sure our public understands that the appropriate thing is if you have an issue with one of us, begin with an individual conversation with one of us as opposed to using this as a platform to try to target and degrade. So I feel like we're not modeling that very well for us, and just want to point that out, that that's in the policy.
Yeah, I think I wouldn't change the policy, but I would emphasize it. Maybe I can do a better job of emphasizing it prior to public comment. I will say that that I've been engaged individually, and the part that's difficult for my part is if we have a speaker that gets up there and says, Director Myers makes the worst cookies ever, I can't believe she was a home ec teacher, and just starts railing on her, I'm not sure if that was already previously addressed with Director Myers. So it becomes very difficult to enforce during comment if it is truly to be a one-on-one attempt at resolution. So I think we can emphasize it. I think I can remind people during public comment, but I just think it's very difficult due to the nature of a one-on-one thing to address it. Director Meek?
Yeah, I think it is very difficult to address. And honestly, I didn't feel attacked tonight. I asked for feedback and I received feedback. And so, I mean, I appreciate, I genuinely asked for feedback and people responded, people listened. And so I'm happy to have that. So I don't know if tonight's a good example. There are other examples where I do feel like people are providing public comment and it feels like it's about a complaint. I don't think tonight was a good example of that. Yeah.
Yeah, and so just to summarize what I have so far, I have the insertion of the word students prior to employees in the list of stakeholders, specifically first line of the first paragraph, first line of the second paragraph, and then the line of the paragraph that starts why this policy addresses general concerns, inserting it there. So inserting a students into the stakeholders universally through the document, and then the second recommendation so far was on the second line of the first paragraph, just striking the word sincere. Did I miss any other director input so far? Okay, further conversation, comments by directors before we entertain motions? Director Williams.
I'm not prepared to go to battle over it, but honestly, I think that last whole paragraph should be taken out simply because we are elected officials and we are held at a different level, and people are going to be upset with things that we do or say, and it's too hard to figure out, like, has this person reached out, and then are they going to go to the board president and the vice president, and I just think I think that's a lot to expect out of the public when we're in just a different position than staff.
Other directors, are you making a motion to strike it or just a comment?
If I could respond.
Or we could discuss before why you, Director Ray, go ahead.
Yeah, no, I mean, you're right. We are elected officials and people do have a right to yell at us or whatnot. But we also need to model civility. We also need to model what that looks like and call it out when it feels like it's crossed the line. I mean, I think that's part of us being in the public eye, is to say, you know, I mean, Director Meek said that didn't feel to her that it crossed the line, but there are times that there have been comments directed at others that I think it has crossed the line to where it's no longer just giving feedback, it becomes a personal attack. So I think part of our job is to model for our students as well as for our community what civility looks like. So I would be opposed to striking that. I think it's a good expectation. So I will make a motion unless there's further discussion.
Before you do, I concur with Director Ray.
Gee, this is a special night.
Okay, we're even.
Mike and I are going to go out for drinks afterwards, maybe.
Point of order.
Yes,
Are we having a second reading on this, or are we looking to approve it
No, as
this
Director
evening?
Ray stated on the previous policy, since this is a revision we were planning on, and it was on for action tonight as well.
So I move that we accept the revisions to policy KE, concerns and complaints. It includes inserting the word students in 3 appropriate places, as well as deleting the word sincere from the first sentence of the policy.
We have a motion by Ray. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second by Myers. Without further discussion, I will take the roll. Director Meek.
I'm having a hard time approving this evening, just because I always feel like a second reading is really important. The other policy was about how we operate. I feel like it's a little different than this policy around concerns and complaints. So I'm the one that always wants extra readings on everything, so the public has opportunity to weigh in. I think for that reason, I'm going to vote no this evening.
Okay, Meek is a no. Director Myers.
Well, I actually believe that the community did have time to weigh in. We got some emails and some, actually some public comments, so I'm going to vote aye.
Director Page.
Aye.
Peterson is an aye. Director Ray.
Aye.
Williams.
Aye.
Director Weiniger.
Aye.
Passed 6-1. And we now move to the final policy governance issue for tonight. Item number 27, proposed changes to policy LBD-R-1, Charter School Procedure Manual. And the recommendation is that the Board of Education consider adopting the proposed revisions to policy LBD-R-1, Charter School Procedure Manual. And before we have any board discussion, we will have a short presentation by Mr. Mosher, backed up by Mr. McMinamy.
Good backup. Thank you, Board, Superintendent, Cabinet, for sticking her out. So updates to board file, just want to give you an update on this. We had some legislative action that took place in the spring, and so we'd like to get all of our alignment done now because it's timely for LBD R1. The regulation policy follows the LBD policy for the superintendent. If we could go ahead. This is a summary. You have these there in a red line version as well, was an attachment. So basically, House Bill 231025, it adjusts the deadlines. They were very varied across the state. So you had a lot of different windows for applications for charter schools across the state of Colorado. What this bill does is it streamlines that for consistency. It opens the states, that window has to be between February 1 and April 1. So all applications must be with a local school board between that window. If you remembered, if you see, ours was in that window already. So we actually were within that. It just broadens our window a little bit. So our current Douglas County dates are between March 1 and March 15. It's only a 2-week window, but this opens it up to a roughly 2 months opportunity. Also causes local school boards to rule by resolution by June 30th. You know that we've previously in your agenda planning have been scrambling because it was 90 days within the application. So whenever that application was filed with our office, we had 90 days for you to rule. This gives you until June 30th to make that rule by resolution approving or denying the application. It also allows for negotiations, which was a hard spot for general counsel and my office to work with the council from the charter school applications to get that hammered out by 90 days as well. So this extends to September 30th or 90 days, whichever is longer. So we feel in our office and going through and seeing everything and taking it to cabinet that this is a good time for us, and it actually kind of validated some of the things that we already had in place and some of the processes we already had. So we would like to move forward with making those changes at this time. Mr. Blair? So updates that you're seeing on the red line version, we had the intent to file. Now this is not something that is required by statute, but we have it in our policies and it's been there and we appreciate it. It gives us and gives you a heads up of what applications we might be seeing. And so we just bumped that back a little bit in advance of the application window. This is the date we would get that from March 1 to January 15 window aligned. So February 1 to April 1st. Addition of language regarding contract negotiations extending to that September 30th deadline. We also updated a little piece in there that you saw as new information for charter schools who are not authorized by Douglas County if they would like to replicate. So that language is in there, and the language would be that they go through a new charter application process as a new school. Also added information with our newly aligned and systemic waiver process, making that very clear that the process for those requests would be in alignment with our new policy, LBDR3, that we had put in place in the spring. So staff recommendation is to approve those updates. We'd like to get those in and get those posted and be able to broadcast that information on our websites and through our networks.
Thank you, Mr. Mosher. That was very clear. I'll open it up to any questions, comments, concerns from directors. And Mr. Blair, while we're doing that, if you could actually bring up the red line version. One of my, just starting off, you can go to page 10 on the document, Mr. Blair. The actual page number 10, yeah. One more. Right there, perfect. I noticed under number 3 there, when I was checking out all the links and things in the document, that takes you to a website that you basically have to sign up for an account, and then it'll allow you to fill in applications and everything. So it's not like you need a password to get in there, which people don't have. Is that open to anyone? Is that somehow restricted who can sign up, how they can sign up? Do you have any concerns with redirecting to a website that now they've got to sign up on the website to file or anything like that?
No, thank you for the question. Charter Tools has changed their name to Anvilar. It's a parent company, and so it's the same thing. It'll be protected. They can't just get in and create an account. they have to go through our office, and we will give them an account and ask for them to have access, the same as we did with Charter Tools. So it's the same system, different name.
Okay, just wanted to check on that. Thank you. Any other director comments, concerns? Director Ray.
Yeah, I have no concerns with the revisions of the procedures manual. But where I'm not a fan is that we're using the procedures manual as a policy. I appreciate the effort where we've labeled the cover page with the, we've labeled it the board citation, the board file, LBD, whatever, but it doesn't, the procedures manual doesn't read like a policy. And I'm fine if that's okay with the rest of the board. But I think the procedures manual ought to be for those people that actually are ready to take the first step. Policy really describes the process for everyone. Anyone that's just interested in what do you go through to file an application for a charter. And so that's what I'm not a fan of right now is, and we've done that in another policy. We just inserted the CDE's application checklist. I'm not a fan of that because that's a tool. It's not necessarily a policy. So I'm just going to, give you that feedback that if I were grumpy tonight, I would say no, just because I feel like it really to me is not the same format as what I would envision a policy should be. But that said, I certainly think all the revisions are right on and make sense to me. But I think just, Director Peterson had to scroll through 10 pages just to find this section, and then it's the links are going to change, just like you said, they're going to change to a different name. So every time that happens, do you bring it back to the board to get approval because that name has changed? That's where I think it's a little sloppy for us just to insert the procedure manual in there. But that's my editorial. I'll stop there.
Yeah, I understand your concern, Director Ray. However, I think this is incredibly complex and functional. I just pulled up the parent policy LBD. It's one page, and then it just overflows with the cross-references, making sure that the application process is right on there on the bottom of LBD as a reference. And I looked at LBD prior, and I think the parent, hey, charter schools, here's our philosophy. And then if you're like, okay, I want to be one of those guys, or I'm going to apply, or I want to replicate, or whatever, the fact that it's cross-referenced there and the process is so detailed and extensive, I understand your concerns, but I don't mind this being in there as exactly what it is, a -R1 subset of the parent policy, which is LBD. So,
yeah, just to continue with my disgruntledness. Sorry, Director Williams. And this is not a personal thing to Mr. Mosher. He knows I always challenge on things like this. But for instance, we don't have a policy that says that the board retains exclusive authority over charter approval. We don't have a policy that says that. I think that's dangerous. We don't have a policy that talks about facilities planning in terms of, how we include our charters in our facilities planning and with their right to be participants in LRPC. So I just think this section still has some work to be done. I think it's good enough that you'll get a yes vote from me just because Director Peterson and I are getting all along tonight. So anyway.
I was going to respond, but I mean, I can't.
Go ahead and see if you can.
No, I would say thank you for the feedback. Thank you. We're always looking to improve. And if that's something the board would like to consider to direct the superintendent that we move in a different direction with how we're structuring that, our office will fully be open to that.
I personally appreciate the clarification on CSI replication. We did get a letter from a school last school year, and I couldn't find any clarity. In fact, I was trying to dig through revised statutes and stuff about where do we sit, but I really do like that addition. So that is clarifying in the future. So that is very helpful, other than moving the dates. And by the way, I like the better heads up. I actually like the alignment and to make this standard across the state. And I think it gives the board and the staff a little bit more time to shepherd this process a little bit better than we did before. Other directors, comments, concerns? With that, I'll take a motion regarding the proposed changes to policy LBD-R-1.
Motion to approve LBDR-1 as presented.
We have a motion from Williams. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second by Weiniger. Without further discussion, I'll call the roll. Director Meek?
Aye.
Myers?
Aye.
Page?
Aye.
Peterson, aye. Ray?
Aye.
Williams?
Aye.
Weiniger?
Aye.
Passed 7-0. Thank you, Mr. Mosher, Mr. McNenemy. Moving into item number 28, Board of Education reports, President report. A Board of Education work study session is scheduled for the 12th of September. Agenda planning for the 12th September meeting is scheduled for this Thursday, 24 August at 10:30 a.m. Did have the recent pleasure to accompany the superintendent and address multiple city and town councils. Was able to go through Castle Pines, Parker, Castle Rock. I know other directors have more engagements set up so far, but it was wonderful to interface with our partners in the local towns and discuss, educate them on the impact of bond mill and the current state of finances, and answer any questions they may have. Also, I was invited last Sunday to Cherry Hills Community Church. Pastor Kent had me out there representing the school district, and they did what was called a commissioning ceremony. So the entire congregation basically prayed for all the staff, students, administrators of Douglas County, and they also, the previous weekend, went out in a 5-mile radius. It didn't matter which school it was, private, public, or whatever, and delivered donuts to our staff. And then this upcoming weekend, they are going to continue their service to go out and do cleanup at the Highlands Ranch substation for Sheriff's Office, and including some of our schools. So just wanted to say, appreciate the opportunity and the message that I heard from Pastor Ken out there, which I, as one director, completely agree with. He cited churches as anchors of the community, and he cited all schools as anchors of the community, whether they be public, private, or our homeschool families, and just reinforced that partnership around all education in Douglas County. And I'm thankful to have other partners, whether they be other schools or other faith-based communities, whether they be the civic entities I just mentioned. And it's really great to see the outpouring of support for this district and specifically for the proposed funding measures that are coming up. Wanted to do one last shout out to all our staff, not just for the great work that Mr. Reynolds and folks presented tonight, but just like everyone else out there, our staff was busy getting their kids back to school, whether that be college, whether it be one of our schools, et cetera. And that's a lot for any parent to take on, and for our staff to stand up and hit the ground running. Anyone who's following the news, DPS sent their kids home early today because of air conditioning and other issues. The fact that we were able to get started on the school year, get things running smoothly, and get our kids back in and continue the great education here while doing that for their own families is a great benefit of working here in Douglas County. So hats off to all our staff, teachers, and everyone else that not only got our students back into school, but they got their children where they needed to go this year. With that, I will turn it over to Vice President Williams for her remarks.
So first, about a week and a half ago, I guess it was, the Invest in DCSD had their kickoff, and all 7 board members were there. I think it was a huge success, much bigger than last year, so I'm very excited at the thought of that and moving forward. So thank you for the work there. And then this morning, Director Myers and I had the opportunity to go to the Legacy campus to greet and welcome all of our gifted educators. And so that's always a fun, like, upbeat. It's actually, you can feel it when you walk into the room, just the excitement of those facilitators. So just a shout out to them one more time. And then afterward, Director Myers and I decided to go to the cafe that's at the Legacy campus. And so I would urge all people that have the ability to do that to go to the Legacy campus and go to the cafe. It was such an honor and a pleasure to be with our Bridge students and to see their work and excitement of being in that cafe. So shout out to the Bridge program.
Sorry. Director Myers, and then we'll go down because I will make, Director Meek, and then we will go down and we will make Director Page stand between us and adjournment. Director Meek.
Sure. So I'd like to just react and respond to some of the public commenters tonight. I didn't take it as an attack. I took it as response to something I said at the previous meeting around, providing your input on how we can come together across race and differences. And genuinely, thank you for taking your time to come here tonight and provide your ideas and your thoughts. And I'd be happy to sit down and have conversations with anyone. I know I have spoken before in the past, thinking that the topic around race and differences is a topic where we need to lean in and have two-way conversations. And unfortunately, public comment, one person sits here and one person gives you public comment. So I'd love to have two-way dialogue on this topic that really is near and dear to my heart. I did want to just share a couple of responses to that too. I think it's really important to understand that when No Child Left Behind was passed by Bush in 2001 and 2, somewhere around there, it greatly increased the federal government's role in our schools, and it actually requires that we track by student subgroups. And so that work has been going on since then, and as a school board director, it allows us to look at the system to see if there are disparities among those subgroups. And so some of that work is just, well, one, required by law. And so if we're not doing that work, we are not adhering to the federal law that's out there. But more importantly, ethically and morally, we would want to identify if there are groups of students where there are opportunity gaps. So that's just one area that I think is really important. I believe that one of the best ways to counteract an us versus them mentality is to teach people about diversity and inclusion. This can help us build understanding and tolerance and respect between different groups of people. And in my opinion, one of the best ways to come together over race and differences is to have these open and honest conversations about these issues. We need to teach our children about the facts and history of racism and discrimination. We need to create a safe space for people to talk about their experiences. And we need to make sure that our schools are adequately staffed with teachers and administrators who are trained to effectively intervene when there is mean-spirited bullying behaviors that happen. Bullying for any reason should not be tolerated. It breaks my heart when I hear of any experiences of bullying. And I think tonight's comments again demonstrate a need for our upcoming report to the board on the DCSD's programs that are in place to address bullying and support the social emotional needs of our students. I think the motion was as soon as possible, but no later than the end of September. So those were my remarks around the public comment. I already explained the DAC meeting. We had extensive conversation on that. The Foundation for Douglas County Schools is holding the Building the Dream event. Superintendent Kane mentioned that. I really want to shout that out again. It's Friday, September 29th at 5:30 p.m. I highly encourage anyone that wants to have an amazing evening out at Legacy campus with a fundraising event to help support our students in our district to please consider attending that. It's the 5th annual event. I'm signed up for some of our community events on school funding. I think we have one tomorrow. There's many on the horizon. And I think that's it for me.
Director Ray.
Well, I'll begin with last night. Director Myers and I had the pleasure of seeing our student advisory group get rolling again. Superintendent Kane came and spoke with them as well. I think 60+ students. And you haven't seen anything until you've seen a football full of students doing Simon Says, which is what one of the icebreakers were last night. So again, just a beautiful group of kids that are excited about having their voice heard, and our leaders really are just tremendous in terms of the way they organize things and the way they think about things, the way they push back on things. They really are. But I do want to just a special shout out to Derek Cheney, Stephanie O'Neill, Brad Whitakus, who is our new Assistant Activities Director. All three were there last night, and you know, they have done this for several years, and they just are incredible people. And so just truly grateful for that. I had the pleasure of presenting our funding challenge presentation at Heritage Elementary last week. And just want to say thank you for the slides, because it was just so wonderful to, again, have something that we can just put into a computer and rearrange how we want it and talk. But I had the pleasure of talking to the Heritage Back to School Night parents, packed full of gym people. They asked wonderful questions. Probably the highlight for me, though, is it was like a pep rally for the teachers. They introduced all the teachers at the beginning and had them go to their classrooms. And then I was the Debbie Downer that had to talk about the funding challenges, but they were just very perceptive, very wise. One of the things that really hit me is that the same year that Heritage was opened was the same year I was opening Prairie Crossing Elementary. And one of the statements I made is that every school we walk into, someone else voted yes to pass the bonds to build that school. So regardless of what school, you can go into our oldest school, someone else voted yes to support that. And so my message for them really was we need to think more globally in terms of that we need to make sure we're doing that for the Canyons, our Sterling Ranch, our Crystal Valley people, because that's just what we do. We take care of all our kids and don't get into this, this neighborhood tribal kind of mentality that it's, we're not going to get anything out of this, and so we're going to vote no. So anyway, that was one of the messages I enjoyed sharing, and one of the things that I will just tell you that I struggled with is after the presentation was over, I had the question that I dread, and that is someone came up and said, how are you going to manage the negative optics of the board? And it was difficult for me because I've been very clear with this board about, I think from March through June, just some of the things that I felt really tainted our effort to look unified and to make sure we're not losing the supporters that we've had. And so my wonderment was, are we going to have a unified statement when people ask us about that? And we certainly have seen that in our communication where, people will say, you can pay for your lawsuits, but you can't pay to get my kid to school on a bus. And so I don't know how to respond that other than authentically and honestly. But I don't like how it feels, because it feels like I'm saying, yeah, you're right. You have every reason to be discontent with some of the actions. However, what I am proud to be able to say every single time is that I am confident, I'm 100%, even more than that, confident that when a bond and MLO is passed, those funds will be spent the way they were intended, regardless of what this board does, because it doesn't come back to us to say, okay, you approved it, now how are you going to distribute it? It goes to our very capable staff. And we heard that tonight, and I think we can't celebrate enough when we hear our inbox say every dollar was spent the way it was intended. And so even though it's been really hard for me to discuss the negative of the board's actions, it's also been a relief that I can say with confidence that regardless of that, this money will go to teachers, it'll go to security, it'll go to building new buildings for students that need it. And I can say that with great confidence, but I guess I just put that out there because I'm struggling with the response and the lawsuits specifically, since we haven't closed that out. I think that's something that's just going to continue to haunt us, including when we go out and canvass. So I just put that out there for consideration. I don't know if we could come to an agreement or not, but I just think it's something we need to be aware of. And finally, I would just say, you know, Director Meek talked again about the DAC. I just feel like as soon as possible, we need to have that study session. And I don't know if we've got room to do that at our next meeting, but boy, we have to repair the relationship with a group of people who have worked so hard for us and for this district and for our students. And so I just would emphatically say, as soon as possible, let's get that one-on-one, face-to-face conversation going with our DAC so that we can repair some of the things that have occurred. I think that's all I have.
Director Myers.
Okay, let's see. Last 8/14 was my first DCYI, and they talked about Youth Congress, which will be October 3rd, and so the total Youth Congress will be a focus on mental health. So then I'm trying to then tie that also with our SAG Kids group, mental health, and get those kids to attend that day, the Youth Congress. And I believe there's a possibility Dr. Crawford's on that DCYI with me, and I think she's going to maybe get to speak a little bit to SAG, maybe just in particular that mental health group. On the 15th, I was at the Chamber of Commerce where Superintendent presented the funding. Let's see, 8:15, I was with Town Council with President Peterson. There was quite the turnout, but it wasn't for us. So, and then let's see, we went to the State of the Town of Castle Rock on the 16th, where we handed over the Cantrell key to the Town of Castle Rock because they're going to preserve that building. And then SAG with Director Ray, coffee with Director Williams this morning. So kind of busy. And one thing that I would like to do is go ahead and address my DAC meeting on 8/17 with civility, per Director Ray. I did make a decision to go ahead and step down from DAC, and I offered that up to them. Director Page thankfully has agreed to take my place. What I'm concerned about is at the board meeting, they chose twice to comment to me, to speak to me against a decision that I had made, which I apologized for, that I did not give them a heads up that I was changing my mind on that. But what I did do also in that email was to let them know that at any time they could reach out to me and I would meet them one-on-one. And I did that not necessarily to avoid what I thought was probably going to happen at the DAC meeting, but to really not take up time for that discussion. I guess I was concerned when, and I know I was asked about, did I have a plan to repair? And actually at a certain point in there, I guess I felt that relationship between the DAC and I was probably going to be irreparable. And I regret that. I also am concerned that when a chairperson of a board committee allows this to happen and continue to a further board, towards a board member, and also that a board member that's a liaison with you would allow this to continue not once but twice during a meeting. And I've had worse said to me. It's just that I think it's a matter of civility that Director Ray talked about. And I know that sometimes, I know per Director Meek at one particular engagement meeting with the business community, she felt that that was not a diverse representation of the community. I certainly felt Thursday night that that was not a diverse community, because actually when two people did try to, one asked for decorum and some peace, and one actually had commented that he had had a meeting with me, and I had talked with him. As I explained to the group, I had talked with several people about making sure that how could I start the repair process with this group. And it was just a beginning, and I guess it wasn't good enough. So, and I am concerned, especially for this community, but I'm also concerned for the state, and I'm concerned for the state of this country because, you know, we should come together, particularly for our students and our staff and our teachers with this 5A and 5B. There should be no question whatsoever that we are unified from this dais, and that means we all take a part, and it is heartfelt, and our community knows that. They know that we're out walking. We're out walking with our teachers. We're out walking with our cabinet. All board members are out, and we're showing our teachers and our staff in particular that we need to do this for them. And there are people in the community, and I sometimes get embarrassed because it is my age group of people because of the large percentage in this county that just don't know the importance of what we need to do for our teachers. And I'm speaking not only as a mother and a grandmother, but I was also a teacher. So I've said this once, I've said this before, I'm gonna say it again, and I wish we could all play nice. I do. And I recently just finished a book by Viktor Frankl called Man's Search for Meaning. He was an Austrian psychiatrist, a Holocaust survivor, and upon being released from Auschwitz by the Americans, he was asked, "Do you hate the German race?" To which he said, "No, there's only one human race, but there are two types of people, the decent and the indecent." And as I look around this room tonight, I think I have years on all of you, even Director Ray. And I was taught to be that decent person. And in my naivety, whatever it is, in my heart for children, for teachers, I just really want us to play nice in this community and get this voted for our staff and our teachers. And I was asked, did I have a plan to repair? No, there's only one way I know, and that's to build relationships. And so that's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Myers. Director Weiniger.
My committee meetings don't start up until September, so I don't have any updates right now.
Director Page.
Well, I look forward to jumping in on the DAC and getting to meet everybody and get to work there. Yeah, I think there's been a lot of division, but from someone who's relatively new, to the board, but obviously been a resident of the county for several years and have seen what's gone on in the recent past. I mean, we keep bringing up the term lawsuits, but seeing the names on these lawsuits, these are the same people that are calling for us not spending money on lawsuits. Well, stop suing the district. We're not suing anybody. So that's all I'll say about that. If we want to save money, let's knock off the silliness. But I'm here to do the work. I'm looking forward to the school year. Again, meeting with the DAC, and with that, I put a motion to adjourn.
Second.
We have a motion to adjourn by Page and a second by Ray. I will now take discussion. Okay, we will call the roll. Director Meek.
Aye.
Myers.
Aye.
Page.
Aye.
Peterson, aye. Ray.
Aye.
Williams.
Oh, aye.
Weiniger.
Aye.
Passed 7-0. This hereby ends the meeting.